This way, this way, this way, this way. I gotta get YouTube. No, it's Jennifer Dan.
Okay, I'll switch.
You go switch your name.
Okay, good. I was like, I wonder who I sent it to.
Dave Godigan, is that you logged in as Dave? Hey, Raul. What's up? In case Susan comes, I don't know. Hey, Raul, you want to sit up here? Sorry.
Time is 5:31. We'll call the meeting to order. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. We'll begin with roll call and the clerk. We'll call the meeting to order. It's 5:32. The Open Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. The clerk will take roll for both Planning Commission and for City Council. All right.
Council, please cast your vote for roll call. We have 6 council members present, Mayor.
This time we'll begin with introductions.
I'd like to do roll call for the planning commission, and then do you want the mayor to call the planning commission to order? Or would you like to call the meeting to order for the planning commission? Okay.
Call the Planning Commission meeting to order. And the Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas, and we'll begin with the roll call. Here.
Jared Barlow, Marty Gifford, Carl Nielsen, Mitch Sawyer, Dev Sukram, Lori Lathrop,
Here.
Roll Horace, Zach Carlson. 4 members are present, Mayor.
At this time, we'll begin the meeting and we'll begin with introductions. And I don't know, Jennifer, if you want to start off.
Excuse me for interrupting. Do we have a quorum for the planning commission?
Hey, Mayor. Do we have a quorum for the planning commission?
Okay,
Nobody's listening.
there's not a quorum for the planning commission, but it's a study session and no action will be taken today.
If there's not a quorum, they can't have a meeting.
Is that Pat?
Yes.
They cannot have a study session?
No, they have to have a quorum.
Can you say that again, Pat?
They have to have a quorum to have a public meeting. Even if they're just discussing things and not taking a vote, they have to have a quorum.
So then how should we proceed?
You don't?
I suppose you could have
Yeah,
the
they-
city council be brief because it says that the city council is having a meeting. But planning commission cannot have a public meeting.
so they can listen but not discuss.
I would guess, yes,
Okay. So
which
planning
kind of defeats the
commissioner,
purpose of the meeting.
have you provide your input at a later time since we don't have a quorum? Unless somebody else shows up. Anybody have Marty Gifford's number or Mitch's number? In the meantime, I'll introduce our planning consultants from actually, I'll let you introduce yourselves from Housel Levine. They will be working on the comprehensive plan, the update of the UDC, and also the long-range transportation plan. So I'll let you each come up here and introduce yourselves.
Thanks, Jennifer. Don't know. Well, good evening. Thank you, Jennifer, for the intro. My name is Sean Tapia. I'm the project manager for the comprehensive plan component of these 3 projects. Like Jennifer said, I'm with Housel Levine. We're a planning consultant based in Chicago, but we work in communities all over the country. On my left here is Jackie Wells. She's going to be leading the Unified Development Code update. On my right here is Jason. He's with HDR. He's going to be leading the long-range transportation planning effort. And then here in the crowd is Nick Davis, a principal with the firm, as well as Robert Kane, another principal. They're going to be running project oversight. Go ahead and roll on into it. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining us today. We really appreciate your time. Really want to touch base at the beginning, at the outset of this process. Right now, we just want to explain your role in the process on these 3 projects. You're going to be kind of our first touch point with the community from your council perspective, as well as planning commission. Your role is very important in the way the city operates on its day-to-day. And so we want to utilize you throughout the planning process to review the documents we've drafted, all of the deliverables, to make sure we're staying on track, addressing the appropriate needs and opportunities in the community that you're experiencing on a regular basis. And again, help us get the community involved throughout the process. Can I plug in? Jennifer, can I cast from here? to pull up the scope? Can I cast from here, from this screen, to pull up the scope?
Yeah, is it on the web or where do you have it?
I have it on a jump drive.
Yeah, we'll go over to that one.
Okay.
Jump. I think it's jump drive. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it's enabled over there.
Okay.
We can just turn that one on. You can go over there.
Okay.
And I'll allow you to screen share, okay? I'm gonna rename that one over there. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the video on over there too.
Okay. Looks like it's crashed. I don't have control of it. Do you want to open it in Reader? Thank you. So really quick, we're going to run you through the scope of work for all three projects to give you an understanding of what we'll be doing throughout this planning process, just a high level overview. Again, all three projects, we're trying to coordinate them as best we can. So when we have the opportunity, we're overlapping on all three projects in terms of outreach and engagement, as well as development of deliverables and materials. The first step is project initiation, which we're doing right now. We've met with Jennifer and her staff, touched base, got a general understanding, kicked off the project, outlined the project schedule, really determining how we're going to move through this process and set the timeline. We've also met with the department heads. The department heads yesterday, just to get a firm understanding of what each department is experiencing in terms of issues and opportunities. We had the staff kickoff tour this morning with Jennifer as well, where we went around the community and saw some key parts of the city of Fremont, working with staff. We have not yet conducted the steering committee workshop. That's going to happen on our next trip in January. Right now, we're doing the elected and appointed officials workshop. That's again, our first touch base with you. There will be many throughout this process. So step 2 is community engagement. That's also running somewhat in tandem with step 1. This is where we get into the community, work with them to gain a firm understanding of the general issues and opportunities that your residents, your business owners, your other various stakeholders are experiencing. That includes a project website, online community questionnaire, Map.social, which is a web-based community issues and opportunities tool. It allows users to see a map of Fremont and make their own map, place points or draw lines and identify where some issues they're experiencing directly in the community. We will be hosting a community-wide kickoff event later in January. We're coordinating with Jennifer on what exactly that's going to look like. Key stakeholder interviews and focus group discussions. We've been having those all day today with various groups, transportation related folks, real estate development, the arts community, stuff specific to the UDC, looking at subdivisions and flooding. That's our opportunity to get a more detailed input on certain professional aspects of the community from people that spend time in those professions and do the work on a regular basis. As I mentioned, a business workshop. We want to engage that community directly to understand their unique set of issues, assets, and opportunities. We'll also be hosting student youth workshops, looking to see and understand what your youth groups are experiencing in Fremont, what the issues they are, because they bring a unique perspective. Do-it-yourself workshop kits. That's another method for us to engage the community really in their own spaces. It's where it basically takes our engagement process and allows a community leader, someone that leads a homeowners association or a church group, can conduct an outreach event with their local group without having to have us there, so we can reach as many people as possible. And then the wrap up, step 2, is the community engagement key themes and takeaways survey, or summary, excuse me. That's where we compile everything we've heard throughout all of the various engagement tools and activities to summarize the key themes of what we heard throughout the process, to really outline what the community thinks we need to focus on throughout all 3 of these projects. Next is the existing conditions memo. So while we're conducting community outreach and engagement, we'll also be doing our own detailed research, looking at things that like demographics and economic reports, reviewing the past plans and studies that have already been conducted by this community to make sure we carry forward those appropriate recommendations and policies that are still relevant and important to this community. Creating a data atlas, a set, which is really a series of maps that outlines some of the key components of the community, looking at parks and recreation, community facilities, transportation, housing, things like that, just to give a base understanding of how the community looks and functions from a spatial perspective. All of that culminates into an existing conditions memo where we summarize all that detailed information and present it to the public and this group, as well as the steering committee for review, just to make sure, again, that we're touching on all the key issues and opportunities in the city of Fremont before we move forward in drafting any plan recommendations. And as a part of that component, transportation, the long-range transportation plan, Jason and his team will be working with this transportation-specific data to understand from a network perspective what some of the issues are related to traffic, bike and ped, public transit, the airport, different things like that. Step 4 is community vision, goals, and policies. So once we have that firm understanding of what the issues and opportunities are, we're going to come back to the community, present that, and then get an idea and understanding of how the community wants to see Fremont grow. What is it going to look like in the next 20 years and even beyond when looking at the UDC? And so that'll start with a community-wide visioning workshop We'll get members of the public together, have them work out and understand and develop a real vision for how they want to see Fremont move forward and continue to grow. We'll bring that information back and draft a vision statement that, again, formally outlines the future of the city of Fremont, along with some preliminary goals and policies to support and help actualize that vision. And then the last component of step 4 is the preliminary land use development and annexation framework. That's really sets the foundation for the comprehensive plan and the other 2 components. And taking all of the research done up to this point, we'll begin to draft a preliminary land use map, looking at how the community should grow. How do we get to that vision from a land use and development perspective? Again, once we've compiled all these things, we'll bring it to staff to review, Jennifer and her team, to make sure we're moving forward. We'll also conduct some additional student and youth workshops, again, to make sure we have that youth perspective moving throughout this process, and then go to the steering committee. Again, the steering committee is our local group of community representatives to make sure we're moving forward in the right way. Once we have all those, we'll begin to draft the comprehensive plan, the citywide frameworks, looking at the various planning components, housing, economic development, the downtown sub area, and then throughout this process, we'll continue to have meetings with the steering committee as we draft these key components. We've broken that up to make sure we're moving forward in a timely fashion and in an efficient way, and that we're getting the right stuff completed. And like I said, keep working with the steering committee to make sure we're going through that process. And then finally is the draft plan itself. So once we've compiled all those components, they've been reviewed by staff, the steering committee will pull those all together into a draft plan, include an implementation strategy, which outlines how we're going to actualize some of these recommendations and policies, and then bring it to council for, we'll have the public open house again, to make sure the community is involved and understands what we're doing and what's being pulled together. And then the final plan itself will go to both the Planning Commission and City Council for final review and adoption. Again, as a key component, part of those components, the UDC will be updated appropriately and pulled together as a part of this. The timeline will likely be a little different, but it will still be running concurrently, and the same thing for the long-range transportation plan. So we'll be conducting the drafting of the plan components as well as the outreach and engagement in that final step in tandem where possible and appropriate. So that's a high-level overview. Right now, we're in those first 3 phases, the draft, the initiation, the community engagement, and the existing conditions that we're expecting to wrap up in the next 4 or 5 months. We're looking at March tentatively, again, depending on how much we're able to conduct engagement appropriately. But that's the general timeline for where we're at right now with the project. Are there any questions?
Councilmember Legman.
How long are you looking at this project? Is it a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5-year project?
Yeah.
How long are you looking at?
Great question. It's about a 2-year time frame from kickoff to adoption of the 3 projects. So we're looking mid-2022.
Any other questions from council? I'm not really seeing any. We would review the Councilman Yerger. Yeah.
I'm good. So
wanted to ask with regards to the community engagement aspect of this, knowing that we've had some community engagement projects recently and they haven't been widely attended. Do you have specific tools that you use to cause more widespread engagement? Or how do we make sure that we're really getting the citizen engagement that you're looking for with some significant volume from the public? I guess that's a concern.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so we like to take as comprehensive of approach as possible, and that's why we have some in-person engagement activities established, as well as some online ones. So where we're not able to reach people in person if they don't feel comfortable coming, or if they come and don't feel comfortable sharing anything, there's always something available to them online to continue to participate throughout the process. And the project website is really the homepage for all of that to begin and to continue. From there, we'll have, as we've shown in step 2, various questionnaires intended to engage the public as well as the business community. Map.social is that mapping issues and opportunities tool. It's, again, online. It allows people to go back and really show us spatially where they're experiencing the issues in the city of Fremont. So that's really helpful. The DIY kits are that other process. They may still want to meet, with their groups, with their neighbors, with their families, with their friends, and that allows them to kind of conduct a similar engagement workshop as what we would run with them if they attended one of our events. So that's a big key component of it.
The planning commission does have a quorum now, so with Jared, so thank you. Any questions from the planning commission?
Is there any plans to go deeper, like do all that, still do all that, visit the church, say you have to visit a church, or are you guys going to a certain place, or you guys going?
Depending on the type of engagement, potentially, and also depends on where we're at in the process. The DIY kits are really what we're hoping to utilize for the most part to get into some of those really targeted specific community groups. So we're hoping that we can utilize those before we need to conduct any more in-person detailed workshops. But the DIY kits are intended to help us get to those communities, like I said, that may not feel comfortable coming out.
Can you pull up a demo of Map.social?
Yeah. Pause the screen really quick. So this is just a demo of what Map.social looks like. So this is an example community in Illinois where folks made a lot of comments. As you can see, each of these different icons is a point of interest for someone in the community. And it's just a map page that shows, this would be the outline of Fremont, and the user is able to go in, place a point. You can see here, this is the legend. These are the items we ask the community to kind of use to share comments and feedback, show us where a community asset is, let us know where there's some potential areas that need to be redeveloped, where the problematic intersection is, where there needs to be some additional transit, what's an undesirable use that exists in the community, where does it need to have some appearance improvements, things like that. Plus, click on the page, give it a title, for example, quick description, And a user can also share a link if there's an example of a specific type of use they want to show or want to be here. They can include a link, upload a photo of an issue area, a problematic intersection, something like that, and click submit. And that's how you place a point. So it's pretty straightforward, very simple tool. We just ask that folks kind of register and sign up for it, and then they're good to go and to make as many points as they feel are necessary, and everyone in the community can utilize it. That's an example of Map.social. Any other questions?
What is the plan? Do you have any marketing implementation on Map.social for the community?
Yeah, that's a good question. So as a part of step one, we have a branding component for all three projects, the comprehensive plan, the UDC, and the LRTP, to really associate this whole process with the projects that we'll be delivering. And so Map.social will be on the website, and we'll push it out there. We'll be working with Jennifer and staff to utilize the various tools that the city already utilizes to share information and push out news. So looking at those various avenues that they already have. I've heard from several people today that the radio station is pretty big here. So I'm very confident we can use that, but we really like to work with staff to establish a process for pushing out information. On the project website will be the homepage for that, but we'll utilize the tools that the city already does to spread information to its residents.
Any other questions? Seeing none. You gave the timeline. I guess the key would be the next thing on the item was to like an overview of the project and how you planned on attacking that and kind of. It's kind of maybe what you talked about, but maybe if you could maybe break it up and
sure.
The transportation plan, we could talk about theirs maybe. And
yeah, definitely. And so so just high level kind of timeline again. For right now, we're in steps 1 and 2 really. So the project initiation, we've had a lot of meetings with staff. We're conducting this preliminary workshop with you all. We're working with Jennifer to conduct the branding component, and then we're going to be back in January to have that initial steering committee meeting once we've gotten that formed. So we're looking for step 1 to really wrap up by January when we're able to come back out again. Step 2, community engagement, will run through really the end of March, when we're hoping to deliver that preliminary existing conditions memo. So steps 2 and 3 will kind of wrap up around March of 2021. From there, we're working through step 4, which is community vision. That's another 2 to 3-ish month process, just to make sure we're able to, again, as Councilman Yeager said, reach out to as many people as possible and keep them involved and engaged in the project. And then step 5 is the bulk of the plan, the bulk of the project. That'll take around a year or so to make sure we're in the right step. And once we finish with that, it's another few months, a few rounds of review through adoption for step 6. Yeah, so Jason and Jackie, if you want to come up and just touch base on your projects. I think you need to come up to
So the first 2 steps for the UDC project are the same for the comprehensive plan and the LRTP, the project initiation and community outreach. As the comprehensive plan is moving into the existing conditions memo, the UDC will be working on the diagnostic report. That's a deep dive into the existing UDC and understanding all of the issues and challenges of the existing code and what is working and what isn't, what needs to move forward, and then what needs to be revised. So that report will be delivered to staff. We'll have a review call as well as a steering committee working session to discuss those issues that we think exist within the current code. And then we will, as the comprehensive plan is moving into the vision, goals, and objectives, we'll move into the preliminary recommendations. So this is where the comprehensive plan gets out a little bit ahead of the UDC. So we use the results of the vision, goals, and objectives in the land use framework to develop these preliminary recommendations for how to update the UDC. So that will include restructuring, reorganization of the code, as well as recommendations to how to update the standards as well as the zoning outcomes. So as the comprehensive plan is moving into the frameworks, developing the actual components of the plan, we will be moving into the draft UDC article. So in a similar fashion, we'll be breaking down the UDC into more digestible chunks so that the staff isn't overwhelmed and the steering committee is not overwhelmed with reviewing and revising those sections. And then as the comprehensive plan is being adopted, the draft UDC will be pulled together and be shepherd through the adoption process as well.
Slide this a little bit. Kind of like what Jackie was describing, is that the first two steps of the comprehensive plan will be done in tandem with the long-range transportation plan. And so when we get to step 3 with the existing conditions, that's where we really dive down and take a look at how the overall transportation system is operating. We will look at traffic safety issues, both for vehicles and for pedestrians and bicyclists. We will look at traffic operations is what we call it, but really it's about finding those pockets of where congestion might exist and where maybe we might need to look at potential, as we get to next steps, improvements to the transportation system to kind of address those traffic operational issues. This is multimodal in nature, so we'll look at bicycle and pedestrian connections, looking for opportunities to improve those connections. Looking at freight issues, I know there are some freight issues with truck movements, things like that, that we want to take a long-term look at opportunities to improve those flows. Railroad, aviation, just again, looking at how we interface with those different modes and going through and basically documenting overall how the system operates. So this is kind of in tandem with public engagement and the feedback we get from you guys. Basically that snapshot of where we stand today. I project, okay, by the way? I'm sure you never know with the map. And then kind of the overlap with step 4, looking at the goals, like, okay, now that we've kind of established where we are, how do we set the direction for what the transportation plan, what direction do we need to head as a community? I think one of the key areas here is, it's called a travel demand model. It's basically a requirement that comes with the Nebraska Department of Transportation funding. It's Fremont actually has one now, and so we would update this model. And basically what it does is it's kind of a what-if tool. We do it in tandem with the comprehensive plan, get an idea of, say, where future land use growth is intended to be or where we think it's going to be. And then we can kind of see how that impacts travel in the community, look at where we're anticipating growth and what kind of facilities we need to put out there to really deal with that growth. And we can also look at adding new segments to the network and see what impact that has on other segments. So for instance, with the new bypass coming in, what impact is that going to have? So we'll be able to take a look at that. And we're hoping to be able to take a look at truck flows and things like that with the model too. So that's step 4. And then we get into that framework plans and meetings. And I apologize for looking at here, but we start looking at what are the options, what's the range of strategies and projects we're going to consider. And we go back to those goals and objectives and kind of look at, okay, what are really the priorities for us as a community for what should be in the future transportation system? And so this is where we really kind of funnel through that, look at how the comprehensive plan is tracking and the development codes are tracking at this point, and really start prioritizing what are those projects really going to be most important to us as a community. And then finally, development of the ultimate plan document. Again, on this a similar time frame as the comprehensive plan. So that's a high level, but if you've got specific questions, please feel free to ask.
Councilman Yerger?
Councilman Yerger?
Probably more specific than it needs to be for tonight, but I'm just curious because when we're all done with the bypass work, we're going to have access to essence from Fremont, three sides, at least on a bypass perspective. But engagement from the state might be necessary if we wanted to link from westbound to the south. There's no westbound south link to, that's not, to my knowledge, that's not a consideration, but it might be something that would be there. You would look at those options as well with regards to activity by the state.
Again, this is a plan. There's nothing that's off the table at this point. And we're looking long into the future. It's probably not something that's obviously going to happen in the next 5 years. But
no, I understand. I'm just looking at it speculative. And then I had a question for Jackie as well with regards to the UDC. So I'm sort of understanding this isn't a complete rewrite of the UDC section that we have today. This is an enhancement modification change as necessary approach rather than throw out the old and put in a new. Is that what we're working towards, or is it throw out the old and put in a new?
We've received direction that there will be several levels of revision. So the first,
yeah, I was going to say, I'll trade you, Jackie.
So we are looking at 3 levels of revision to apply to different code sections. So the first would be just reorganizing, restructuring to make the existing content more clear and user-friendly. The second level of review would be to restructure and revise. So the existing content needs a little tweaking and it needs to be restructured to be more clear, but otherwise it's good. And then on the final level of review will be fully new text. So there will be all 3 within the review.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
In your drive around today,
was there any challenges,
opportunities you
saw, anything that just popped out?
A lot of ice.
Yeah, I think the ice and the forum is really a great opportunity for us to see some of the issues that we have been hearing about flooding in the community. And so that was followed up by a focus group to discuss flooding and stormwater and it was very helpful to be able to have that tour and have Jennifer guide us around the community and see the challenge areas.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Councilman Yerger?
Councilman Yerger?
There's probably another question for Jackie as this progresses. It sounds like we have the 3-phase approach to this. One of the concerns with the current UDC that we have that really gets into the heart of new development versus our historic community and whether or not existing code, those kinds of things, and perhaps will necessitate a bifurcation of code to allow for both of those kinds of things to go forward. Certainly go forward. Too restrictive with what we have today. Those will be part of those revisions that may be necessary and might result in bifurcated treatment across the city. Detailed for this part. In your tours, you probably saw some of the various developments versus the more established areas of town.
Definitely, especially the neighborhoods surrounding the downtown, the development pattern is so organic and natural that it's be hard to apply a zoning code that you would apply to a new subdivision to that type of neighborhood. So we'll definitely be looking at the zoning districts and seeing what is necessary to better accommodate existing development, stable neighborhoods that we want to continue to have thrive in the community. So we'll definitely be looking at the best way to approach zoning in those areas.
And that would include downtown enhancement specifically with regards to residential occupancy, not just business.
In regards to the UDC,
do you envision possibly
bringing in a separate group
to discuss in regards to developers, in regards to
different folks,
contractors in our community to
give you an overview of what's working and what's not working at the
Yes,
moment.
part of the community engagement step with the EDC is key stakeholder interviews similar to those that will be conducted for the comprehensive plan, and then as well as focus groups. So we had 2 focus groups today. One was about subdivisions and the other on flooding and stormwater issues. So we'll continue to have those as we move forward in the process as well as in January.
Any other questions? I think we're at closing thoughts and questions. Unless, Jennifer, you got something more you want to say?
Can you think of discussion of issues and opportunities?
I asked that question. I didn't get it.
Oh, no, that's, so, yeah, I'll take that one.
I think they want to address issues and opportunities.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Thank you. So yeah, the last thing, what we really want to do tonight with you all is get an understanding from your perspective on what some of the big issues are in Fremont right now that we need to focus on as we move throughout this planning process. After seeing, a quick understanding of how we're going to be conducting these 3 projects, we want to get feedback from you all right now. This is our first touch point with you. It's very important that we understand from your perspectives, both as council members and commissioners, what are some key things we need to focus on as we move through the processes for these 3 projects. So that's the question we have to you all. It's really an open discussion. I can call on people if we need to, but it's open to each of you to really share with us right now what some key issues you're seeing in Fremont, or what are some opportunities that are here or that should be here or could be here that we need to capitalize on as we draft these 3 projects and ultimately deliver them. So I'll open it up to the group.
Maybe I could throw cut things out there we've identified.
We've identified some areas in the UDC that we want to try and address pretty quickly. Jackie can talk about those in the comprehensive plan, in the scope of work. I mentioned this when we were approving the contract, but we've added a couple scenarios for downtown. So these guys might discuss a little bit what their thoughts are about downtown, and that's an area I think we really want to make sure we get a lot of input on. As we did the tour today, I talked a lot about the development patterns in the old part of town, as well as the new part of town, transition between land uses, which have seemed to be kind of an issue, drainage, and landscaping. So I'll just throw that out there and grab on to what you want to deeper. But that's kind of a summary of what I've been hearing over the last couple of years.
Councilmember Jacobus.
Councilmember Jacobus. In your muted.
Am I okay now?
There you go. Yep.
I just wanted to expand a little bit on that. We have in Ward 2, which Commissioner Sucre will be stepping into. He's got a wealth of understand as far as the flooding issues in Washington Heights area. I live in an eclectic mix neighborhood in Ward 2. Fellow Councilman Mr. Alice lives in part of the town that is retained its historic value. We have Raul Horace, who lives in Ward 2, which is in a historic broad district. That marriage of the eclectic, the ability to add a brand new town home across the street from small lots The issue that we had in times past, and not so long ago, it took 40 years to resolve, was that these small lots that existed pre-war days, and for greater than 50 years, should something catastrophic happen, they can't rebuild. So I would ask as council moves forward in January, and the Planning Commission, when this gets looked at with your group, that they take that in consideration, and that there's a section for existing neighborhoods so that if a fire hits, flooding takes them out like what we saw in the south end of town, or any kind of mayhem, tornado, windstorms, ice storms, etc., person can rebuild. Right now, that's not allowed around UBC because of the new parameters they have to operate in. And I don't think that's right, because whether you like the smaller lots, the housing isn't the issue. They're actually a historic site of Fremont, and a lot of people take pride in them. I love them. And I'd like people to rest at night knowing that no matter what happens, their piece of heaven, their oasis, the residence that they own is retained. And this is not allowed in the current UDC. So that's some of the thoughts that were addressed to me in my neighborhood area. There's not been any opposition from additional growth or new construction other than the lots, etc. More mining now to be built on, and they wouldn't be allowed to.
Yeah, I think you bring up several different points that we'll be addressing in all three projects. The first being the existing community, the existing character, the established neighborhoods. Fremont is a well-established community already, and it's got a lot to build from. And one of those key things is its established neighborhoods, just like you said. And so that'll be not only through our review and our drive around today, and as we continue to do that this week and on our next trip, for us to get a firm understanding of what those look like, what those neighborhoods are, and as you said, what that eclectic mix really is, and how it helps define that neighborhood character. And then carrying that forward in the plan as a component, the housing section will really address what we can do with land use and then with some housing policies and recommendations to help maintain those existing neighborhoods, but as you said, allow people to remain there even through hardship and issues. And again, a key component with that is coordinating that with the UDC and making sure there's consistency there. So that's a really good one. Thank you.
Any other opportunities?
One of the things that I've seen, measure.
One of the things that I've seen with communities that brings a community together is green space as well as walkable neighborhoods. It's hard to get to know your neighbors when you're driving into your garage, get out of your garage, drive to work in the garage, be out, and see the inside of your car all day, but you don't see your neighbors. We had a bike path project that's started, and some of it's done, some of it's not. We have the State Lakes, which is a great, green space area, but other than that, some of it is lacking. Difficult to get to. Brad, throughout the I'd like to see with the comprehensive plan is bike paths, wider walking trails, and green space.
That's really good. Are there some key areas that you see need some bike routes or trails right now? Are there some neighborhoods?
Well, one of the things that it's Rawhide Creek. It goes through town. A lot of it is blocked off. It's difficult. Some of it's not. It's a little bit polluted. Not a lot of the neighbors don't take pride. I lived along Rawhide for a little bit. And I liked the piece of the creek, and I always felt like if there was more resources devoted to it, it's there. It's a stream. It's the creek. It's running water. Which we don't have too much of going through the middle of town. I felt like it was something that should be more pride taken in.
Yeah, that's really great. And again, I think you bring up a couple different things. One is access to open space and recreational opportunities here, and just being able to get out and recreate, but also utilize that for socialization and being able to interact with your neighbors and other community members. But then the second piece is connectivity, and not just doing that from a car, and looking at how you can get there via bike or walking or those other opportunities. So those, again, will be specific in the comprehensive plan as well as in the long range transportation plan. So thank you.
Councilman Yerner? Just like to follow up on the discussion, because that's a critical area that I think we do have some issues, and we created some issues for ourselves with changes that we made over the last few years with regards to the current UDC. So I'm glad that Jennifer brought them up, and then we brought up again with regards to, at the time, it was called open space.
Mm-hmm.
And whether or not you accommodate open space in building development so that you have these pockets around town that are naturally. And certainly some of the apartment complexes that I visited in other locations, Missouri in particular, where we travel a lot, those walking areas, whatever, you can walk for 2.5 miles in a complex.
Mm-hmm.
Those kind of developments are really attractive and meaningful to the city. So as we look at how we develop open space, there are a lot of areas of opportunity to do that. But it all has to do with just how much compaction you're looking for when you develop. And so those are some areas I do think that we need to look at. And I'm glad to hear the comments tonight on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you bring up another good point, and that's the interaction between development and open space and how those two work together cohesively and support the needs, not only from a housing and residential perspective for the community, but again, also that access to open space and recreation. That's a really good point. Other questions? Councilman Jensen, do you have anything?
Councilmember McLean.
Okay, sure.
I had a couple. One recently, I've had several noise complaints where we have commercial areas abutting residential. So I would say that as we look at some of these neighborhoods, new businesses that are either rebuilding or they might be putting a nice landscaping, but the noise factor, I think consideration. I know I've had 2 recent noise complaints in the first one. Also, making sure that our street plan that we as council members put together and approve on an annual basis, that there's projects that do get pushed back. Making sure long term that we're kind of looking at the major arterials need to be improved. I understand there's a need for new streets and new developments, but we also need to look at some of the older areas where the streets really pushed back. So that would be a and then also just continuing as we have the new developments coming online to make sure that the older parts of town where we have vacant homes, that those are able to be rehabbed, affordable housing units for residents in the community. I think three things for me as I get ready to leave the council in December. I would urge you to take into consideration.
Yeah, those are all 3 great points. And to your first one about noise, are there specific corridors that you can think of in mind where that noise issue is coming up right now?
I think Jennifer would be familiar with some of the complaints without getting into the specifics. But certainly along the 23rd, highway 30 corridor. There's some issues. And of course, the mall, I guess, is an afterthought. We would like to see something. To have a Dunham moving in. Certainly, there's still work to be done in that mall area.
Yeah, that's a great point. And going back to your roadways, the maintenance question issue, that's again a key part of the long range transportation plan. Jason will be kind of working through with his team, that identification of where those issues are, and then our reconnaissance as well, where those key roadways are that have those significant infrastructure issues, and then that folds into the implementation program in looking at you've got a certain number of roads that need improvement. Obviously, you can't do them all immediately. How do you prioritize those, and how does that work? How does that align with your CIP and the budgeting and the financial issues related to that as well? And then I think lastly, the mall, some folks we spoke to today, actually, I think everyone we spoke to today brought it up, that they were excited about the new business coming in, but also what are the opportunities that can go along with that. Malls are in flux across the country, and here is no different. That'll definitely be a key consideration as we move through land use and development.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Paul?
I brought this up when we did the interview with you guys, and I just wanted to bring it up one more time. My main concern, one of my main concerns, is the entrance points into the community, and what we can do to those to make them more inviting. A lot of them right now, as you drive into town, it just there should be a sense of anticipation as to what you're going to see once you get in town. And right now, I don't feel that those entrance points are really representative. Maybe one or two, but for the most part, the rest of them could use some work. So anything you can do.
Yeah, it's a great component as well, and that really begins to touch on, not only the entryways, the physical entryway into, or entryways into Fremont and what that looks like, but also what is Fremont's identity. I think you touched on it a little bit. What is the image of the community, and what do you want to project, and what are you projecting now? How are you being represented? Not only through the way you function and operate, but what you physically have, on the ground, and gateways is what you're referencing, entryway points, and how can you improve those, just as a first step to showing people really what Fremont is and what they can do here in the community. That's really good.
Any other questions? Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Councilwoman Jacoba said about, I'm a council representative in Ward 3, which is the southwest quadrant of Fremont, basically. To Rawls' point, you're entering Fremont from the south. That's one of the least affluent areas of town, and it's the first thing you see. And flooding is always an issue in there. And what Sue said was about my area. Most of it is older parts of town. In that quadrant, we're not going to see large developments, at least not for the population. So something to be flexible enough so people can keep their homes as they need their homes, and it can be fitted up and made better.
Yeah, thank you. Again, I think it's really important to make sure we're still maintaining what's really good about this community, and helping the people that are already here remain here, and what not only the comprehensive plan can do, but what the UDC can do to help formalize that.
Councilman Yerger?
I just wanted to ask this with regards to interface with it's probably covered in transportation areas, but certainly as Fremont grows in population or whatever, the needs for educational systems, schools, I think was covered somewhat in the previous council. Certainly as Fremont grows, provision for that and the transportation associated with that will be of some concern, maybe a few years out yet, but obviously as we're looking for a plan that goes out several years, that's something we want to look at. So again, taking input from the school system as well as needs and stuff that they might have for future development.
Yes, and we actually were able to speak with some representatives from the school district today, and they mentioned to us that they're undergoing their own study right now that I believe they're taking to the Board of Education in early December. So we're going to continue coordinating with them, especially as they pull together their report to get an understanding of where they know their capacity needs are going to be need to be improved or adjusted and things like that, and relate it back to not only land use and growth and development, from that capacity perspective, but also with transportation and access. So yeah, we've started that conversation today, but we are going to continue coordinating with them because they're undergoing a study as well.
And the constituents in my ward, I'm in where of course, the middle school and other schools are in my ward. And so we have significant transportation flow issues several times a day as a result of that. And so safety concerns, et cetera, are already prevalent there. But as we develop elsewhere, it'd be nice to figure out how that could be accommodated long term so as to not create those kind of bottlenecks.
Councilman Legman?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on a little bit more on that. With the fire department also, if we need to, in the future, look, if we need to have a fire department on, we're growing east, if we need something on the east end or whatever town that we need to, if we need to put in a second fire station or not. I think you guys probably have the information on it and are more knowledgeable than I am on where, if and when we need another fire station. I think that would be good too to think about that.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we started conversations with that department yesterday, and we are aware that they're undergoing a study, or they're about to begin their own capacity study. And so to your point, and the one about schools, is as we go through this entire process, we're not just looking at development, but all those components that affect it or are affected by it. So not just fire, but police, utilities, other infrastructure, schools, those key things, public services, everything like that will be a key component of this plan as we move through developing recommendations. So yeah, that's a good point too.
One item on the that's not been dealt with, and we've kind of we've actually have some sign companies in the community, in the area. Our sign code needs help. It definitely over the years has been subject to an issue and we need to make sure bring that into the times. What it should be. I mean, you have digital now. You have different types of signage and what that looks like. That is something that we have a few folks that have asked for us to maybe attack sooner than later in regards to the UDC.
Yeah, that's another key component of that as well. And we've already, again, begun discussions with Jennifer about what that looks like and how we move through that process. But along with the focus groups for subdivisions and flooding, we're also going to be having one specific to sign ordinances. So that's going to be a key component of the UDC process too.
Councilman, one last thing for the transportation side of this. Recently, we did not approve 23rd Street Viaduct project, which would have gave access to Northwest Fremont side of the tracks. And so for public transportation reasons, for folks that live there, public safety reasons, for fire and police, and those kinds of things, that's an area that probably needs to be explored to ensure that they're actually accommodating. As we said, we would look for other measures to accommodate now that we weren't putting the viaduct, that we would provide for provision for that going forward. So taking a look at that specifically.
Yeah, and we heard from folks today as well as yesterday about that that whole process and what that looks like, and still being able to access that part of town and then outside of it as well. So that'll be a key component for sure.
Any other comments, questions? From the planning commission or from the council? Jennifer? You got anything?
I am really looking forward to
I'm really looking forward to this process. I hope everybody gets involved and stays involved. Please encourage your constituents, your friends, your neighbors to be involved in the process as we move forward. COVID is going to kind of put a wrench in things as we move forward. I hope that we're able to have some of the big engagement meetings that you would normally have, but I worry about that too. So we're really trying with different methods to make sure that people have an opportunity to be engaged. So if you've got a book club, you know, get a DIY kit when we have those in January, and, you know, take a look at the maps of the city and say, gosh, this is what we would really love to see in this area, or we really don't like this, or anything in between. What is it going to take for our youth to stay here in the future? How do we bring new people into the community? When we put Map.social out there, please engage with it and encourage others to as well. We really want this to be a robust process. We're trying to engage as many different segments of the community as we can, and we really want everybody's input. So I look forward to that. Are there any questions for me?
When will
Map.social go live?
Good, so we're working.
Yeah, so we're currently working with Jennifer to review all of those. We've got them set up. We just need to make sure everything's there that's appropriate for Fremont. So we're hoping to get her or have her review that stuff here shortly. So I would expect some engagement from us here in the next few weeks or so to really begin that process. And we're going to work with Jennifer, like we said, to use all the right avenues here in the city to push that out to everyone. So, and it'll all be hosted on the project website. So Map.social, the questionnaires, an overview of each of the 3 projects, everything like that. We'll put all of the documents up there. We're going to utilize the project website as, you know, the landing page for everything we're doing throughout this process. So we're hoping people will regularly check it for updates, because we're going to be, you know, hosting things there pretty regularly throughout the process. So we want to utilize that as our like I said, landing page. But yeah, here in the next few weeks, once we're able to get Jennifer's time to review some of this stuff.
Any other final questions or comments?
I would take a motion to adjourn.
Take a motion to adjourn.
Councilman Jensen?
Councilman Jensen?
I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Councilman Legban?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0 to adjourn.
Councilman Coons? Need a yay to adjourn?
Yep, I'm a yay.
I heard him.
That's a yes.
7-0, Mayor, to adjourn.
Then I would take a motion from the Planning Commission to adjourn.
Make that motion.
Is there a second? Steve, second. Motion by Steve, second by Rawl.
Cast your votes.
Cast your votes.
Landholm,
Yes.
Lariso,
Yes.
Sukram, Lathrop, Forrice. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all for attending. Thank you all for attending. This morning, he tested positive. That I don't know. I think his what? So, lobbies out. Her kids were sick. Her husband, her children, 6 last week. All that. A lot of senior shops. A lot of senior shops. Too far next to her, 65 on her. People are really maybe help in the grand scheme of things. So I know he was out. So I know he was out on Saturday. Inspecting one side. Inspecting south of one. At a distance. So Coons really kind of no taste things. That's the symptom.
Sure, am I still uncertain?
So yeah, if they we met. We had 110 today. And just we don't need these opening, right?
No, but Brian was saying earlier. Yeah, that's what Brian said. Don't worry about it.
Shut down the economy. May not have. Oh. Time is 7 p.m. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll call the Board of Equalization meeting to order. Time is 7 o'clock. We'll take roll call. And the Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas.
Councilmember Coons, are you present?
Yes, I'm here.
It is a presentation.
Coons is present.
It's also, I believe he's present.
Mike, are you present?
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you, sir.
Please cast your vote for roll call. Councilmember Jensen didn't record the order.
Sorry.
Gotta retrain you.
Councilmember are present, Mayor.
Item 1.
Mayor?
Resolution 2020-222, levying a special tax and assessment in the amount of $367.63 against Jensen's PT West Half Fractional Block 21, owner R Property Group, Inc., to pay the cost of weed and debris removal and assessment. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and council, this is simply a property cleanup item. In addition to the cost for cleanup, there's a $20 charge for filing and releasing the lien ultimately. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions
Excuse
for
me,
staff?
Mayor?
Comments from the public?
Mayor?
Comments from council? Comments from council?
Mayor? Can you hear me?
We'll get you, Pat.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted for clarity for Councilman Coons that he is attending by Zoom, and maybe he's already done this based on the executive order because he had to quarantine. Could you just clarify that, Commissioner Coons?
Yes, I got the text message and I'm aware of that.
Okay. If you would just acknowledge that when we open up the city council meeting as well. Thank you.
Is there any comments from the public? Comments from council? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2020-222. Councilman Yerger?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2020-222.
Councilman Legman?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes. Cast your votes.
Councilman Coons, please vote.
I vote yes. I vote yes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Next item is adjournment. I would take a motion to adjourn. Councilman Jensen.
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Councilmember
I will second that.
Okay.
Councilman Coons, what's your vote?
I vote yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Meeting adjourned. Regular meeting council of November 10th, 2020 at 7:06. Call meeting to order. With this posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll begin with roll call. And Councilman Coons.
Councilman Coons is present on Zoom.
Can you hear us, Mike?
Yes, I'm present and on Zoom.
You there, Mike?
Yes, I'm present on Zoom.
And you want to state the fact that you are on Zoom through the directive set up by the governor.
I am on Zoom through the directive set up by Governor Ricketts. Can you hear me now?
Cast your vote for roll call, please.
I'm present.
Eight council members are present, Mayor.
In regards to mayor's comments, I just want to congratulate the Bergen girls volleyball team. They were runner-ups at state, and the boys are still playing, and they will play this Friday night in the championship game. So with that, we need to continue to root for those folks. They definitely have been great ambassadors representing our community. Moving on, in regards to COVID, I just want to say that today the collaborative group met, the community collaborative group, which included Midland University, included the Fremont Public Schools, Bergen, Trinity, Dodge County, Fremont Health, Three Rivers. We did a Zoom feed and then it'll be a Facebook Live feed. and just basically shared with over 100, roughly 105 businessmen and women that, we're at a serious point in the community. The hospitals are at a point where they're becoming stressed, and we are blessed by the fact that we are in the Methodist system and we can move some patients around. But as the Omaha cases climb, that takes that option away from us as well. So we definitely do not want to go backwards. We do not want to affect the economy, but the citizens of Fremont need to follow the health directives. We need to continue to progress and so we can all together beat this thing. So with that, we'll move to item number 1, motion to adopt current agenda for the November 10th, 2020 regular meeting. Any items, either from the public or by council, to be moved in regard to the agenda? She's still muted.
There we go. I think I got it. Okay, my name's Deb Newell. I live at 1045 North William Avenue. I would like to request that you guys consider pulling out item 15. I have some comments that I'd like to make publicly tonight about that item. So I would appreciate that consideration if we could discuss that separately tonight. Thank you.
And we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that one when we get to the consent. You're fine. So
I learned
you're
how
fine.
to.
It's all good.
So we are doing.
It's all good. It's all good. Any other items in regards to the current agenda? I would take a motion in regards to adopting the current agenda for November 10th, 2020.
Yes, I'll make the motion to adopt the current agenda.
Councilman Legman.
I will second that.
Cast your votes. We'll start with Councilman Coons.
I vote yes.
Can you try it one more time, Mike?
I vote yes.
Cast your votes, please. Motion carries 8-0. Motion carries 8-0.
Next is the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council, will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Item 15 has been requested to be pulled, so we will honor that. Item 14, Council Member McLean needs to abstain, so we will pull that. Is there any other items on the consent agenda that need to be removed? Councilmember Yerger.
I'd like to have some discussion on item 5, number 7, 11, 12, 113.
Any other items? I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda items 2 through 4, 6, 8 through 10, and 16. Councilmember McLean?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda items 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10, and 16.
Councilmember Jacobus?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Councilmember Coons.
I vote yes.
I heard him.
Councilmember Johnson. Thank you. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor. 8-0, Mayor.
Item 5. Resolution 2020-216, authorizing the purchase of aviation general liability insurance with Ace Property and Casualty Insurance Company. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Ann Rice, Administrative Services Director. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. What you have before you is a second year renewal on the airport liability insurance. We have a broker that we work with this policy on, and last year Gallagher, the broker, was able to negotiate a 3-year contract, and it's for general liability at the airport. The cost is $4,215, and what it does for us is gives us covers liability exposure at the airport. And I'm not sure what other information you would like to have. I'd be happy to entertain any questions, but the annual renewal fee is $4,215. It is budgeted. It's the same amount that we paid last year. And unless circumstances change in the insurance market or the agreement that we actually have with Ace Property and Casualty, the fee will be the same next year as well.
Councilmember Jacobus.
I didn't have any questions. I just forgot to undo myself.
Councilmember Yurgis.
I asked for this item, just one point of clarity. The resolution itself in the first whereas statement says that, excuse me, the city solicited proposals in the marketplace. And I'm curious as to whether or not we actually did that, or if this was a renewal. We didn't go to the marketplace to solicit bids. And if we didn't really do that, then I would probably recommend we strike that phrase out of the resolution since we didn't go to the marketplace. So can you clarify whether we did or didn't seek bids, and this was the lowest bid, and that's why we're renewing it, or we didn't solicit bids?
Okay, the reason that clause was left in the resolution is that it actually did last year. I'm sorry about the echo. Do I need to do something different here? Okay. Is it better now? Thank you for whoever fixed it. We actually went to market with that 3 years ago. It's a very limited market to get aviation quotes. And last year, the Gallagher looked for other companies, but the only one that even responded was the incumbent carrier. And given the conditions of the market, that's why we agreed to consider a 3-year renewal unless, circumstances changed in the market. But there are just not a lot of companies out there that offer this type of insurance for our type of airport liability. But if you wanted to amend the resolution, I'm not opposed to taking that out. I just left it in there because they actually did take it to market last year, and it's the second year of a 3-year renewal.
So it would be accurate to say that the city of Fremont solicited proposals in 2019?
That is correct.
Okay, I would make a recommendation to insert in 2019 in the first whereas statement to make the resolution transparent.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Motion to amend that, I would second that.
So I assume that was the second?
Yes.
Okay. Mike?
Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Cast your vote, please. Motion carries 8-0.
Can you show it? Now I would take a motion in regards to the amended resolution 2020-216. Councilman Yerger?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2020-216.
Councilmember Jacobus?
And I would second the motion.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons?
I vote yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 8-0.
Item 7, resolution 2020-218, authorizing the mayor to sign Form 50G Nebraska Schedule 2 county/city lottery sales outlet location application for the barn establishment. This time, West staff report.
Mayor and council, this item goes kind of along with number 6. Number 6, we entered into an agreement with the Village of Arlington to have satellite sales available. And this establishment is the one that kind of, reason why we want to enter back into that, because an establishment called the Barn Establishment wants to run a Keno operation. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have regarding that.
Councilmember Jacobus?
The only question I had. The only question I have in this phone along the line of regardless of where the Keno is occurring, if it's tied to Fremont, the city entity as far as the liquor are still prohibited establishments. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because drive over the bridge and thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions? Councilmember Yoder.
Yes, I asked this to be removed because I think we need to correct this resolution in the last ordering paragraph. At least my version says that what we're approving is the application for Downtown Dugout Bar LLC. And this is really an application, as the opening paragraph states, for the barn establishment. So I'd like to offer change the last paragraph to remove Downtown Dugout Bar LLC and substitute the barn establishment in
Councilmember Jacobus.
I'll take that into a motion too.
Is there a second? Councilmember Legman.
I will second that.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons.
I vote yes.
Mike, you're muted. Muted.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 8-0.
I would now take a motion in regards to the amended resolution 2020-218, authorizing the mayor to sign Form 50G, Nebraska Schedule 2, county/city lottery sales outlet location application for the barn establishment. Councilman Yerger.
Motion to approve resolution 2020-218 as amended.
Councilmember Jacobus.
I would second the motion.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons.
I vote yes.
Cast your votes, please. Motion carries 8-0.
Item 11, resolution 2020-221, approving the proposed Keno grant awards as recommended by the Keno Advisory Committee. Lottie would give that report.
Lottie Mitchell, grant coordinator. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council.
Yep.
The city has Keno grant funds available twice annually. This is the first round for this fiscal year 2021. This year we have $50,000 of Keno funds budgeted to be matched by local nonprofit agencies that provide community betterment projects for the city of Fremont. So the committee received 5 applications this grant cycle. The committee did review those applications and met on November 2nd to discuss the awards and applications. And in the staff report, there's the table of applicants, their projects, and their recommended award amounts. This would have a fiscal impact of $25,000 of the $50,000 budgeted Keno funds. And at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I just had some general questions, Lottie. I'm not a member of this committee, so I wanted to get to make sure that I understood. All of these applicants are 501c3 agencies, I think by a guideline requirement, and I'm curious as to, and you can answer to that, but I'm also interested in whether or not there's any limitation in your application process for how often individual requesters can receive funding. That is, if we put out opportunities twice a year, can they put in twice a year or not? And is it for annual or every other year. Is there any time constraints relative to how many times they come back? And is that a consideration in making the awards? And then also, we don't have any here in this particular application, but there are special rules, are there not, for if these amounts were to exceed $10,000 in a single application. Your committee looks at that as well and can award larger grants, but in this particular case, we are not. Looks like all of these grants would be under the 10,000 limit, so none of that applies. But are the statements that I made with regards to your grant approval process accurate?
In regards to your question regarding 501c3 status, all of the applicants meet the requirements. They either are 501c3 themselves or fall under the Fremont Community Area Foundation 501c3 umbrella. There is no limit as to how often an agency can apply. Many of these programs are ongoing. For example, the Fremont Rural Fire Department, they are working on their grain rescue equipment project. They do not have an abundance of extra funds to go purchase those. So as they raise matching funds, they then apply to the Keno grant to match those. But we will likely see additional applications from them and other groups like them that are slowly working towards their goals, a little bit at a time. In regards to the over $10,000, we have not encountered that, and so I'm not able to speak specifically about that.
Thank you.
Lottie, in looking over the requirements, we are to do basically a 50-50. And I noticed on Bergen's request for 10,000, it exceeded 50% of their project cost, which they were specific about for lighting. Lighting costs are $13,950. And so in that respect, their ask was for the lighting project specifically. I was wondering why we would give them a full 10 grand, which exceeds 50% of the project, which would be $6,975. And my apologies, I was unable to attend, but I didn't submit paperwork and participate in the scoring because even though we're a group of 4, 2 of us could not attend. And I wasn't comfortable not attending and have that discussion and scoring. For that, you have my apologies. But if you could answer me how we exceeded that 50% benchmark.
Sure. The Keno grant awards are reimbursement. And so while their lighting project is in the 13,000, it's a 13,900. I apologize, I don't have my paperwork all in front of me. If the committee recommended to award up to $8,000. So if their lighting project exceeds their budget, if they go over budget, we will reimburse 50% up to $8,000. Now, if they come in on budget or under budget, we will only reimburse 50% of the actual cost. So we won't go over that 50% mark. It's all based upon what their final invoice and payment comes in at.
The reason why I was asking you that is because they actually have a hard copy bid from Fremont Electric. And there should be some kind of notation made that per the bid is $13,950. We would award $6,975 unless that bid for that specific lighting project exceeds that. It can be reconsidered during the April ask. But for this is very specific. Title of project is the light replacement. And they have a hard copy bid of $13,950. So I think it would behoove us to do what we've done in times past based on their ask, and that 50-50 share, this should be downplayed to $6,975. I'm not sure if that was noticed during discussion between the mayor and Councilman Kuhn, so I assume had been able to participate in the meeting. However, 2 of us were not.
So is there, in regards to the overall project, basically, when we looked at that project, the bid for the lights are there. You still have other ancillary costs in regards to ceiling and things like that. And so at the end of the day, that's what we were looking at. And as Lottie explained, the overall expense is based on the amount of dollars spent, and they have to spend those dollars first, submit the bill of what they spent before any dollars are reimbursed. So with that, we felt comfortable with the request for $8,000. It wasn't 10, it was actually 8. If you wish to amend it to 7,000 or 6,975, I mean, that's your choice. Councilmember Jacobus.
And I would make a motion to amend this resolution to revise 8,000 to Archbishop Bergen to $6,975, which is per our typical 50% of the cost, which they did specify as a light replacement, period. No ancillary costs, which did not include ceiling, tiles, floor refurbishing, etc. So I appreciate that concern, but I make that motion.
Is there a second? Councilman Yerger.
I'll second Councilmember Jacobus's recommendation.
So we'll make, this would be like an amendment on the overall list, and then we'll come back and approve it all. So with that, cast your votes. Councilman Coons.
I vote yes.
Please cast your vote. Motion carries 6-2.
Any other items in regards to the list? Any other comments? I'm going to take the motion in regards to the amended resolution of 2020-221 approving the proposed game plan of works as amended and recommended by the Keno Advisory Committee. Councilmember Jacobus.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the amended resolution for the 221. And get it up. Thank you.
Councilmember Layman.
I will second that.
Councilman Coons, I vote yes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 12, received local option economic development fund, LB 40 quarterly report. This time we'll have staff report. Lottie.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor, City Council, Lottie Mitchell, Grant Coordinator. I've provided for you an overview of our local option economic development fund. There are 2 documents in addition to my staff report. The first document is the preliminary overview of what the fund looks like currently. And it's titled preliminary because these are not audited funds. This has not been through the auditors yet. It breaks down our receipts, our disbursements, our commitments, and leaves us with a balance of $866,198.71 of uncommitted funds. At the bottom, it shows our current projects, their forgiveness and their repayments. I'd like to point out that we had 3 companies complete their forgiveness and repayment projects this year. The first being Fremont Beef. They completed their forgiveness period. Structural Components completed their forgiveness period, and they had 2 payments remaining as of September 30th. They would have made their October payment and now would have just their November payment, and they will have completed all of their requirements for their LB 840 project. And the third and final one, Sycamore Leaf, also satisfied their forgiveness period. I'd be happy, the second document that was in your packet was historical sales tax receipts for the city of Fremont. I wanted to show the impact that COVID-19 has or has not had on our sales tax receipts. So you can see for fiscal year 20, we are still projected to exceed last year's receipts by about 7%. That fund has been growing by about a rate of 10% since 2017. And for fiscal year 20, we're still expected to exceed by about 7%. So I wanted to show that our Fremont economy has remained strong throughout this year. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Councilmember Yerger, I apologize. I can see you talking, but I cannot hear you.
Okay, now I'm ready. So my first question has to do with your sales tax receipt report, Lottie.
Okay.
And I did try to reach out, but I didn't get a hold of you the other day. This report shows there's 2 lines at the top of the form for October and November, but there is an October at the bottom. There's no population for October, November, but there is almost double the amounts at the bottom of your spreadsheet for the months of October. So I'm wondering if you can explain why, if this is November through October, why November's doesn't show any statistical information. That's my first question.
Yes, so sales tax are reported a month behind, and if accounting is online, they can potentially help me with this as well. You'll see there's 2 Octobers, and the second October is the journal adjustment, which then accounts for the entire fiscal year from October 1st to September 30th. But the first October and November are not populated because those would be the prior fiscal year's receipts that were received in those 2 months. So they then get applied to the previous fiscal year.
I want to make sure that I didn't miss something. So the values that are in there for 17, 18, and 19 for the month of October, which are almost double all the other activity that's listed. Can you tell me again what caused that?
Sure. Actually, those would be the receipts for August and September. The final 2 months of the fiscal year are reported the first month of the new fiscal year. It's just how the receipts come in. And accounting, are you on the line?
So
Yes.
There is 2 months in there. That was my point.
Yes, it is 2 months in there. Yes.
That's what I was seeing there. That's what I suspected. Just wanted clarity.
Jody, do you want to just hop in while you hopped on?
Sure. Jody Sanders, Director of Finance for the City of Fremont. As Lottie was explaining, when we're doing this reporting, the receipts for, like she was explaining, the September amount that you see at the bottom of the fiscal year 20 column of 98,000, that really was July receipts. That's when the sales tax itself happened. By the time it gets reported to the state 1 month, and then the state sends it back to us the next month. So in October, it's like, if you can think of it as a period 13 adjustment, if you're at all familiar with accounting, that's where things that happen later are accrued back into the year. So we use that last October there is a period 13, and we're taking in the sales tax receipts that the city actually got the money from the state in October and November, but they are for August and September sales tax receipts. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. And then the only other thing that I wanted to just note relative to your preliminary summary that you also provided, and thank you for that detail. We still have Infinite 8 listing here, which we know is problematic because we have some issues there. But the other thing that I noted here that was noteworthy, at least it will be for me when we get into later in the packet, there are tech park water and sewer connections and infrastructure improvements listed in your report, which were earlier recipients. And that's interesting information that will be useful later for discussion. So thank you for making note of that.
Any other questions? Any comments from the public? I would take a motion in regards to receiving the Local Option Economic Development Fund quarterly report. Councilman Yerger.
I'll make a motion to receive the Local Option Economic Development LB 840 quarterly report.
Councilman Legban.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Councilman Coons, I vote yes.
Coons?
I vote yes.
Councilman Coons.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Cash your vote, please. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 13, Resolution 2020-223, authorizing the Fremont Department of Utilities to purchase a 2021 Freightliner M2 106 dump truck. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and City Council, we're in City Administrator. There we go. All right, Brian Newton, City Administrator. Troy's out warehouse working on the storm, so I'll take this one. This is a replacement of a 1999 international dump truck. You can see this purchase is significantly more than 50,000, which then we always go to Sourcewell for the purchase, and we get a pretty good deal. You see the budget 116,000, and the actual cost is 109,000. So, are there any questions?
Councilman Yerger.
I just really had one. So in looking at the ordering documents here, the ordering date of this truck, it didn't like those were filled in. Are we expecting to order this immediately? And if so, what's the expected delivery date? Because those didn't seem to be on the equipment order.
It's not.
So we won't get it until 2021.
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? I would take a motion in regards to Resolution 2020-223, authorizing the Fremont Department of Utilities staff to purchase a 2021 Freightliner M2 106 dump truck. Cast your votes. Actually, we need a motion. Councilman Lakeman,
I make a motion to approve resolution 2020-223.
Councilman Jensen,
I will second that.
and you both were muted when you did that.
Motion moved by Councilmember Lakeman and seconded by Councilmember Jensen to approve resolution 20-223.
Correct. Councilman Coons, cast your votes.
I vote yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Item 14, resolution 2020-224, awarding the contract to Valmont Newmark for purchase of substation structural steel. Councilmember McLean will be abstaining on this particular item. Is there any other questions or comments from staff? I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2020-224, awarding contract to Valmont Newmark for purchase of substation structural steel. Councilman Yerger?
Actually, I might be willing to make your motion, but I did have a question that I didn't get in time to ask, so I would like to ask this question. In the resolution or the ordinance, I guess, there's no mention, excuse me, there's no mention in the resolution or the agreement here, as is indicated, that Fullstone is going to, in essence, fund 63% of this $62,000 cost that the city is obligating it to. I know I've raised this issue before on this sharing partnership on items that we've been approving for Fullstone's participation, but it seems appropriate to me that we would recognize in the ordinance or the resolutions that this is actually occurring, so we have that documented as a matter of history, rather than to having to dig it out of staff report or other materials. These are the approving documents, and I for one would like to see those mentioned in there. So I'd like to, before we go to vote on this, if there are other comments with regards to that, otherwise I'd like to make an amendment that we include language that Fullstone is participating in repayment of 63.63%.
Is that a motion?
It is, if staff's agreeable to make that, and I'd like to see that reflected in what we're approving.
Councilmember Jacobus?
I'll second that amendment to the resolution.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons?
I vote yes.
Go ahead, Mike.
I vote yes again.
Cast your vote, please. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with one abstention.
Now I would take a motion in regards to the amended resolution 2020-224, awarding the contract to Valmont Newmark for purchase of substation structural steel. Councilman Yerger?
Make a motion to approve amended resolution 2020-224.
Councilmember Jacobus?
I'll second that amendment.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons?
I vote yes.
Motion carries 7-0 with one abstention, Chair.
Item 15, receive October 2020 Dodge County Humane Society report. This was asked to be pulled by the public. So Deb.
Okay, are we good? I'm in the right spot now? All right. Mayor and City Councilman, again, my name's Deb Newell, and I live at 1045 North William Avenue here in Fremont. With regard to item 2A of the animal control contract we currently have, I realize you're prepared to accept this report, but I'd ask City Council to make note of the fact as to whether it complies with the requirements of the current contract. Part of 2A states it's to include animals entering and exiting the facility, euthanasias, and reason for action, including intakes and disposition, as well as microchipping records. If this month's report looks like September or October, it probably does not comply with the current contract. And I feel as though if you want to continue to accept this report into public record, something should be noted to state whether or not it does or does not comply with the current contract. I also would like to take this opportunity, since we're discussing reports, that item 16D requires the current agency to submit an annual budget to the city administration. And 16F requires them to submit to city administration progress reports on a quarterly basis of all activities and functions for which funds of the city are received. I believe that the current year just ended and they're now in a new year. And so I would think some of those reports should be coming in. I also believe we've experienced a couple quarters yet already in 2020 that maybe should have gotten some of these reports. I just wanted to send that out as a reminder that those things are required. And as far as item 14 and big capital letters, strict compliance. All provisions of this contract and each and every document that shall be attached shall be strictly complied with as written, and no substitution or change shall be made except upon written direction from an authorized rep. All provisions of this contract will comply with federal, state, and local regulation, and said agency will provide proof of compliance. So I just would like to take that under consideration with you guys as you choose to accept this report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Jacobus.
At the prior council meeting, we had put on the table that we would pay Dodge County. That hadn't been drawn and it was submitted. We also had a report of sorts, and I introduced into record a document from November of 2019, which was the last very complete report that we had ever received, which did follow what Ms. Newell had just stated. It showed the in and out, it showed the neuter and spay reports, it showed what was microchipped, it showed each and every animal and the status when it came in. If there was any vetting, if there was any sickness, anything addressed, and when that animal went out. We have no way of knowing what the average daily count is for cats, dogs, or any other specific animals. There's nothing here showing how many licenses were issued. It doesn't actually state calls that are responded to for animals being loose or being taken, etc. So I would not appreciate receiving this report, and I totally get the point from Ms. Newell. So thank you for Ms. Newell's attention and a not so gentle reminder that we need to do our job. I have no intent of accepting the report as incomplete, as it has been for well over a year.
Councilman Yerger.
Make sure I get them all unmuted. So I too agree. This is the report that we've been now receiving a couple of months in lieu of the handwritten report that we were receiving not into the public record, by the way, just council members were receiving the handwritten report. And in the past, we have been introducing this report into the public record. And so I did initiate a request that we start putting the reports we receive into the public record because we had always been receiving them in years past. I share the concern that this report is woefully excess of the information that's necessary to actually assess whether or not we're getting what we are paying for in that regard. I think it needs to be an animal-specific report with all the requisite details that you mentioned as well. The report that we were getting back in 2016 that Councilmember Jacobus put in the record last time was probably the report that should have been continued and received every month, even after the one that she had. So although this is the report that is being submitted, it probably needs to be received into the record as this is what was submitted. But I think the city does need to act to ensure that we're actually getting the full detailed report that's necessary for the city to know what's going on. So that's all I'm saying.
Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, to Brad's point, that was kind of what I was just going to ask. Mr. Sullivan, is that if we receive this report, we're not receiving it as complete and total accurate information, and we're not getting anything else, but it's accepting what they're sending us, whether that's everything they should be sending us or not. Is that correct?
You're receiving whatever they provide. You're not giving any validity to the report. You're just receiving it, no matter whether it's complete or deficient.
Any other comments? Any more comments from the public? I would take a motion to receive the October 2020 Dodge County Humane Society report. Councilmember Yerger.
I make a motion to receive the Dodge County Humane Society report as submitted.
Councilman Legman.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons.
I vote yes.
Cast your vote, please. Motion carries 7-1.
We're now moving to new business. Item 17. Councilmember Jacobus item, ordinance 5545, amending the municipal code section 2, 106 for meetings. Councilmember Jacobus.
At the last meeting in October, we had consideration of the ordinance and discussion with Councilwoman McLean. McLean. She felt that the verbiage at the end was essential. And I didn't disagree. In the spirit of that, and knowing that we don't want this issue to come up again, we want nice, clean meetings and to start our meetings in proper order. I agreed to remove some language and introduce my own version of what I thought would be proposed and acceptable. It's short and sweet. There's nothing to alter other than it just says the first order of business setting the order of business. And that if there's any other business to follow, it'll be on the agenda. So if you look at what you've given and you hung on to what you had in the last meeting, this is quite a bit briefer, a little bit more succinct, and it's just brevity. I'll ask it, prove it. Thank you.
Councilmember Legman. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
And this was just voted on. It's almost exactly the same as what was just voted on 2 weeks ago. So to me, it's the same thing. And again, I'm going to vote no for it. I was going to ask legal, but there were a few changes. But whether people can just change a comment, a comma, or a word and bring the same thing back, that was just voted down. There's a few changes, so I'm just going to vote the way I did last time.
Councilmember McLean. Councilmember McLean.
Well, I think I have to speak because am I muted? Good, okay, good. Since Councilmember Jacoby maybe misunderstood our conversation. What I think I said at the end of the meeting was I did not have a problem with having the first on the agenda be to approve the agenda. I think I pretty clear that I did not agree with allowing the members of the public to come to the podium and make motions to generate the agenda. So I clarify that. I opposed to this. I think we've had some confusion. First of all, this is relatively new anyway to us that we approve our agenda. It seems to me that council approves the agenda, and if we have a citizen with a request to have their item be rearranged, I think that this is a really appropriate time for them to reach out to their council members, explain the situation, and let us represent the. I do think we could get into a very difficult situation. This is essentially what I said at the last meeting. I agree. This is not substantially changed. And I think somebody who's wanting to bring them up, now send them up, now somebody down the line has to be moved or wants to be moved. So tonight the mayor come to the podium, people to come to the podium when we asked about the agenda. I don't recall that I know we always allow the public to remove items from consent, but I would also maybe like a legal clarification as to whether we have or is a requirement to allow the public to bring forward items. So again, I just want to clarify what my conversation was. I don't think that I was in agreement with this. I plan to vote against it again tonight.
Just to clarify that basically the item that was brought up by Mrs. Newell was basically a consent agenda item, and that it would be addressed at that time. So Councilmember Jacobus.
Really, the intent wasn't to tell the public that they could rearrange our agenda. So that may be something that should have been rectified on revisiting this. Any member of the public can contact a council member, which was the intent. We always have that vote at the end, but I agree with you. If the public wants to rearrange our agenda for whatever reason, they can contact any one of us, because we've had those requests in the past, not necessarily that it passed the muster of the council and it wasn't arranged, but they do have the right to request that of any councilman. The councilman at that time. The intent of this is to merely mandate, basically, that nothing else comes before the business of approving the agenda as it is, period, because that is the issue. That issue was brought forth because of having an executive session at the start and not after the approved arrangement of the agenda itself. So that's why it cropped up. There's no the public needs to come, as you stated, Ms. McLean, to councilman or councilwoman that's in their ward, whoever's representing, and make that request, or they can simply contact me or even state administration and request it up front. And then one of us can speak up and let that know. So I agree.
Councilman Jensen.
I'll vote against this for the same reason I voted against it when it's 55-44. There's going to be rare occasions when an executive session is necessary to start the meeting that will set your agenda following the meeting. It shouldn't happen very often, but there's going to be times where it will happen. And I think we should leave that quiver in that arrow in our quiver.
Councilman Yerger.
Two comments with regards to the discussion that's been going on here. I can think of several opportunities that we've availed ourselves over the course of my tenure on council to move things up in the agenda. And in particular, those were occasions where there was a room full of people or a room full of lawyers or developers that wanted to have their items heard early so that they didn't have to sit through the entire meeting because their items got on the agenda last and they would otherwise be there. And those accommodations were made. I will recall, as I did last time, there was a medical request from a person that was on the library board last time that they came to speak, requested for medical reasons to have an item moved because he needed to be home and on his meds by 9 o'clock. And we denied the opportunity of someone for medical reasons. Yet we were free to move items up and around for lawyers and developers and other people that wanted to rearrange the agenda. And I thought that's inappropriate. Therefore, I do think it's important for us to at least hear from the public. Just because we hear a request doesn't mean that we have to approve moving it to another location or earlier time in the agenda or later in the agenda, but at least an opportunity to hear the request. And as I see this proposal, that's all it's doing. Order the business first thing, take requests from council or the public to see whether or not we want to move them. And then you vote whether you do or you don't want to accept those changes. I don't see that that's particularly obtrusive or intrusive for council. We're just trying to accommodate and get as much public input as possible. If we make the public always wait to the last item on the agenda when that's what they're here for, that really does a disservice to the public, I think. And we certainly heard complaint as we were going through the election process that people didn't like that approach, that they'd like more accommodation, that they shouldn't have to be the last ones in the room when the room is full. So I think that this is a good compromise. Drops off some of the things that were proposed last time, but it's a reasonable compromise and it ought to be approved.
Good when you're talking about the mic, don't get quite so close. We're getting a lot of backbeat, so just keep, like Brad's good. Just Linda gets too close to the mic, so we're getting a lot of backbeat. So
Comments from the community, public. Comments from council. I would take a motion to introduce and hold first reading. Councilman Yerger.
I'd make a motion to approve first reading of Article 2, or Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 2106, a proposed amendment.
Is there a second? Councilmember Jacobus.
And I'll second it.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons.
I vote no.
Councilman Coons.
I vote no.
Cast your vote, please.
this. Resolution 2020-225, approving local option economic development loan for Tech Partners LLC, authorizing the mayor to sign the appropriate loan transactions. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Lottie Mitchell, Grant Coordinator. Tonight we have an application for a local option economic development fund loan from Tech Partners LLC. Tech Partners LLC is a feed, seed, and lawn fertilizer warehousing company. They've been growing at a rate at 2 to 4% per year over the last 10 years and have outgrown their existing space. They are planning to construct an additional warehouse facility on their property at 3380 North Carlstrom. Can you hear me okay? Are you able to hear me? Mayor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I want to make sure you're able to hear. Alrighty, so they are planning to build an additional warehouse facility at their property at 3380 North Carlstrom Drive here in Fremont. The warehouse will be 60 by 125 feet and will require the addition of 2 employees. One of those positions will start at $25 an hour. The second will start at $18 per hour. The new warehouse will bring in new feed and seed suppliers to the area. The estimated cost for this project is $306,500. The majority of the project is being financed with $64,500 remaining. Tech Partners LLC will provide 50% of the remaining amount of $32,250 and is requesting an LB 840 loan of $32,250 from our fund. We are recommending that award amount, $32,250, with 75% of the award forgiven based on performance measures and 25% of the award repaid at 3% interest over a 5-year period. The performance-based forgiveness measures would be based on the creation and retention of those 2 jobs, retaining those jobs for a period of 5 years, completion of construction, and retention of the company in Fremont for 5 years from the date of the loan execution. Both the Citizens Advisory Review Committee and the local option review team reviewed the application and recommend that the City Council approve the application as submitted by Tech Partners LLC. Randy Fuyan is the owner of Tech Partners LLC and is online this evening. Randy, would you like to give an overview of your project?
Hi, can everybody hear me? Can you hear me?
Randy, we can hear you online.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Randy Fuyan, owner of Tech Partners, been in business at Fremont for about 14 years. We do supply ag chemicals, fertilizer, seed for all the area farmers within a 35, 40 mile radius. We do all the lawn care products for all the local, we're a wholesaler for all the local lawn care providers in the Fremont area. Along with some of the city Parks and Rec and some of the city contracts, so here and there. We're bringing in a new feed supplier from Oklahoma that we're going to be warehousing their feed, and they're bringing in or getting more dealerships within the state of Nebraska. So we're going to be the hub for that. When they grow, we grow. We're also bringing in, we'll be a warehouse supplier for Stein Seeds and some of the new Brevant Seed Company, which is which is part of Mycogen and Pioneer. So that's kind of what we're doing right now and where our business is going. And we also handle like pretty much everything from dog food, pet food. We do a lot of work for 4-H and FFAs, show feeds and things for the kids in the local areas and schools. So that's kind of our mainstay anyway. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
My issue with this item at this juncture is Resolution 2020-225. second whereas statement. Says that it calls out the performance measures as the construction of a new warehouse and retention of jobs. But more specifically, the staff report, and I think the commitment here is for the addition of 2 jobs and the retention of 4 that already exist for a total of 6 for the duration of the loan. And I would like to see the resolution amended to reflect that specific. It isn't just the retention of jobs, it is the creation as well as retention of the existing jobs. And I think the resolution should be corrected to show that. I think typically when we have job requirements for this type of funding, for local option development funding, we have made those requirements as a part of the loan arrangements and completion of the agreements. And I think it needs to be clarified in this resolution as well.
Any comments? Lottie, you on?
Yes, I'm here.
So
I apologize. Did I miss a question?
in regards to the comments made by Councilman Yeager.
The comments in regards to requesting to amend the resolution to clarify that the retention of jobs means the jobs that are currently in existence and the 2 new jobs that will be created. I apologize. Yes, so that was not clearly spelled out, but that is the intent of the resolution.
With Lottie's commentary in that regard, I would make a motion to amend Resolution 2020-225 in the paragraph just below the loan 75-25 split in that performance-based forgiveness measures paragraph to say it's based on the construction of a new warehouse, creation of 2, and retention of 4 jobs.
Councilman Legman?
Wasn't it?
Yes.
Then that,
Technically, you have to be all, so it's a creation to retain 6 the light. Yes. That's what it is.
and then I will second that.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons.
I vote yes.
Councilman Coons.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
The motion carries 8-0, Mayor. And could I add, Mayor, it was brought to my attention that I was muted during the last vote, item number 17. That motion failed 3-5. Thank you. I was not on Zoom. Yeah.
In regards to Resolution 2020-225, is there any comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilman Legban? Councilman Jensen?
I'll make a motion to approve amended resolution 2020-225.
Councilman Legban?
Yeah, I'll second
it. Cast your votes. Councilman Coons?
I vote yes.
Try it one more time.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
Cast your votes, please. The motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 19. Resolution 2020-226, awarding the contract to Siemens Industry, Inc. for the purchase of substation control house. This time we'll have staff report.
Okay, can you hear me, Mayor Getchman?
I can.
Okay, this is Alan Casper. I'm Director Electrical Engineering. This staff report is to approve a resolution for award of a contract for purchase of the control and switchgear building for Substation H, which we all know is for Holstone Farms to serve their load addition. We went out for bids for the substation control house. We did receive 3 bids. The apparent low bid of Intermountain Electronics did not include the correct amount of sales tax. And they also included a $12,500 adder to keep the control house in the configuration that we basically require. The Eaton Corporation bid also did not include sales tax, and they did not include like the delivery and offloading. The evaluated prices are shown there on the staff report. After the evaluation, the Siemens Industry Inc. bid is the low bid at $1,183,812. Staff recommends that City Council approve the award to Siemens Industry. And the Utility and Infrastructure Board did approve the recommendation with a 4-0 vote at their meeting on October 27th. And we are getting some reimbursement for this. It's the same 63.63% reimbursement from Holstone Farms for this purchase. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for Alan? Councilman Yerger?
I don't have any questions, but I have a similar request for amendment of Resolution 2020-226 to mirror what we did to Resolution 2020-224 earlier. And that is as a part of the resolution to incorporate the participation by Holstone in paying for 63.63% of the cost of what we're incurring on behalf of the city. You could use the same language as we used to amend item 14.
Is that your motion?
Yes, it is.
Councilmember Jacobus?
And I'll second the motion.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons?
I vote yes. I vote yes.
Cast your votes, please. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Any other questions for Al? Any comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to the amended resolution 2020-226, awarding the contract to Siemens Industries, Inc. for purchase of substation control house. Councilmember Jacobus,
I'd make the motion to approve resolution.
and you're muted. And you're not.
I'm okay now. Right. I make the motion to approve resolution 2020-226 as amended.
Councilmember Earner,
I second the motion.
cast your votes. Councilman Coons,
I vote yes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 20. Motion to approve franchise and pole attachment agreements with Allo Communications. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Mayor and City Council, I'm pleased to announce, after several years that Allo has decided to come to Fremont. I'm going to overbuild the entire city.
I do just want to say that, number one, thank you for all your efforts, reviewing Fremont, the work that you've done, scoping out the area, and we're excited about the fact that it provides some real competition to the vendors that are here in Fremont. This agreement has been reviewed by our attorneys and reviewed by their attorneys. It almost simply mirrors the charter agreement, and charter was removed and Allo was placed in the agreement. So with that, I believe, Brad, you were going to begin first.
Well, thank you very much. I'd much rather, I'm having trouble hearing on this system. So if you can hear me, I really appreciate the opportunity to work with the team in Fremont, but our local experts are there locally. So I'll go on mute and listen to them comment rather than me comment through the system here.
So Brad, just for the record, can you state your name and address?
Oh, yes, I apologize. Brad Moline, 440 West 11th Street, Imperial, Nebraska. My name is spelled B-R-A-D-M-O-L-I-N-E.
Thank you. You're up.
All right, thank you. I'm Dwight Doc Weiniger. I am the Director of External Relations for Allo Communications. Always have to look at my address because we're all working remotely right now, but office address is 330 South 21st Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. And I have a card here that has my information if you need it. Let me give you just a quick, it'll be a short elevator speech because it's been a long elevator ride already, as we've been working with the city for really several years going back, and recent, you may have read about Allo, recent significant investment that was made into the company has allowed us now to proceed with various markets. Fremont is the first market that we're expanding to since the investment came in for Allo. Allo Communications was started in Imperial, Nebraska. You heard our CEO, Brad Moline, mention that he is in Imperial, still lives in Imperial. Started in Imperial in the fall of 2003. And since then has expanded to, we now serve communities in Nebraska with excess of 400,000 population total. We are completing our build in Norfolk and will be offering service there in December, is the latest community before the Fremont build. We are in communities all over the state, Panhandle, Scottsbluff, Gehring. We're in Ogallala, North Platte. We are in Hastings, Lincoln. And when we come to a community, we build a ubiquitous fiber to the home network where we build to every location within the city limits. So every school, every residence, every business. We don't redline any areas. We don't just build to certain neighborhoods. It is an extensive build and it will go to all locations within the city. Takes a while because we build an entirely new network. It is a completely new network. It's all fiber optic, and we don't buy or lease any elements or any facilities from any other carrier. It is all of our own network, and it is all constructed from ground zero, brand new fiber optic network, capable of delivering. Currently, we deliver 1 gigabit of speed, which is 1,000 megabits. You talk about people, the definition of broadband right now is 25 megabits down and 3 up. Ours is the equivalent of 1,000 megabits, a gig, and then at least 10 gigabits to businesses. So it is a very robust network, and it is ubiquitous to every location when the construction is done. So it is our goal to see that Nebraska is the most connected state in the nation. We're doing that. We've built to about 25% of the state so far, and we have on our project calendar for the next few years to build to significantly more locations in Nebraska. We also are building in Colorado. We also serve Fort Morgan and Breckenridge, Colorado, and are looking at expanding in the Colorado area as well with the new investment that has come in. I have Todd Haney with me today. Todd is going to be, Todd's the managing director of Allo, and he's going to be handling actually the oversight of the construction of the community here in Fremont. So between the two of us, hopefully we can answer whatever questions you may have about our business model, about our company, and about the construction project that is coming up. But we're very excited to be here, and thank you for this opportunity. And the reason, one of the reasons we came to Fremont, there's a number, it's obviously an attractive community, but the staff and the electric utility were so great to work with that it made it brought it to the top of the list of expansion because it was really the easiest community for us to get to the quickest and to get into business here. So Todd, what?
Mayor, Council, Todd Hain, 330 South 21st Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. As Doc referred to, we were very excited to engage with Fremont. I was part of the team that met with a group in an adjacent room in this building 2 years ago in 2018. And we couldn't get it done then, but we can now. And we're very, very excited to be a partner. We're going to make a $20 million investment and build a world-class communication infrastructure in Fremont. It'll be the best of anywhere in the world, and it'll be future-proof. So right now we do 1 gigabit speeds, but we aren't going to stop there. So fiber optic technology, it continues to evolve, and we can easily see offering 2 gigabits to the home and probably someday 10 gigabits to the home. And businesses will just keep going up as the technology improves. It's just a swap of optics. So, we're very excited to partner with Fremont, to provide fiber to every home, business, and governmental entity. And we're definitely going to provide some competition as we understand it's much needed in Fremont. And with that, we'll open it up to questions.
One other point, Brian mentioned that the franchise agreement is for video, and that's the way the state and the federal law works. But we are a triple play provider. We provide voice, video, and internet, all three. But the franchise agreement is strictly for the videos part of that. But we do provide all three services.
Councilman Jensen?
It's a very simple question. There we go. Just a simple question. When?
Thank you, Councilman Jensen. The first step is getting these approved, and we intend to move quickly. We're very fortunate to have an outstanding partner in the city of Fremont and the city officials and the superintendents on the staff. So once we get our equipment in, our design finalized, there's a few things we have to finalize with the design. We intend hopefully to start this year in 2020. And our intent is to finish before the end of 2021. And customers, the way we construct is on a grid system. So we'll divide the community in roughly 1,000 rooftop grids. And so we will build 1,000 rooftops at a time. And when a grid is complete, we will start to serve customers as soon as that grid is complete.
You want to just share that when you are complete, you will have a standalone facility in Fremont?
Yes, thanks, Mayor.
And up to 10.
Yes, we will have a storefront. We will have local customer service. We'll have local technicians. So we will have a base. We bring jobs and economic activity. And like I said, we're making a $20 million investment. We're going to bring a tremendous amount of economic activity to Fremont in the form of contractors, as well as our own personnel that we will support from various communities, as well as build our own team here in Fremont. And that'll consist of outside plant personnel. We have our own locate personnel, so we find all of our buried plant ourselves, and then we'll have definitely a storefront with a customer service rep at the storefront, as well as at least a couple customer service reps that are local that'll live in Fremont and be a part of your community. So probably should have mentioned we have 4 core values: honest, local, hassle-free, and exceptional. I'm forgetting one here, getting nervous. That's pretty bad when you only have 4. Anyway, so the local core value is extremely important to us. And so when we say local, we really mean it. We want to become a part of your community. We're going to stay engaged with local personnel and be involved in all aspects. So, other questions?
Councilman Yerger?
I have several questions, but I wanted to say I'm quite welcoming of the fact that you're coming and that we'll have an opportunity for choice in Fremont. So thank you for that. But I do have a few questions, and some of these are maybe, some of them I guess directed to you, but some of them are probably directed to our own legal team, because we're working on a standard franchise agreement, and we've had some issues we've discussed in the past, and I want to bring those up again tonight. But one of the first questions I noted, you said you were going to cover the entire city. Does that mean within city limits and those that have been annexed, or are you covering the footprint of the city limits? Because we have pockets of folks that are in the city that are not annexed yet, and will they be eligible or ineligible? I don't know if you want to take these one at a time, because they've got me on a timer, so I can give them to you all. And you can
I think it might be better one at a time, if that's okay, Councilman.
Okay, it's within the city limits is what the franchise agreement covers. We will look at other areas, whether they're within the city limits but not annexed, or outside of the city limits. On a success basis, we will often go to neighborhoods and say, okay, this is going to cost us to build this much to build. We need 40% penetration rate or 60% penetration rate. And most people sign up outside of the city limits or outside of what's been annexed. Then we will build to that locality. But
some of these pockets are quite limited. I mean, a house or 2 or 5, or it's not extensive. But I just wanted to ask that question on their behalf. I'm interested in, since you're providing telephony service, that will be through your fiber optic cable. Do you have any plans to do cellular or wireless communication as part of your operation?
We really don't. There's a lot of talk out about 5G, and small cell, and I know everybody's dealing with that. Ours is a ubiquitous fiber network itself to everybody. We serve those 5G towers with fiber. So, and we serve wireless towers with fiber. So we will serve that technology, but we are not at this time planning to provide that technology.
Are you referring to what our competition offers, a mobile option in a bundle? We do not intend to offer that.
My reason for asking that is to what might actually be put on the utility poles besides cable. If in fact you are into that area of business, then there's issues potentially with adding cross arms, antennas, and other kinds of load on our poles, which aren't in this franchise agreement and would need to be documented to exclude or whatever if that was any intent. At least
that is, Councilman, that is not our intent with this project.
And with regards to being multiple attachers on, obviously the city's on its own poles. Probably have your competitor on the pole. We may have a telephone provider on the pole. So when you put your cables on the pole, what positioning do you take? You don't require anything other than the 1 foot attachment space. That is, you have nothing running up and down vertically on the pole for any kind of amplification or power supplies or.
No, all of our, we do not have any power amps at all. So that's typical in a cable or a copper system where you have to have it. So our network has one central area of active electronics, and all of the rest of it is passive.
So then I think I did read something in here with regards to the poles aren't tall enough for the additional apparatus. And I think city administrator told me that you're responsible for your cost of those replacement taller poles. Is that
we will not replace the poles. We will go underground.
Okay. Just wanted to double check because then there have requirements for the others that are already on the pole, and I didn't know how those were playing because they're not addressed in the agreement either.
So the make readies, if we need them, we typically try to avoid as many make readies as possible because typically the cost of going underground is offset or a push from doing a full make ready. So our intent usually is to go underground. If we can work with the city to make those make ready adjustments, if they're small, then we'll work with the city to make those adjustments and then safely attach our cable.
My last question has to do with the fact that you're going to be present in town, and that will alleviate perhaps a lot of heartburn and concern when it came to customer complaint. And maybe you won't have any of those, and that would be wonderful. But the concern that I had and that we didn't correct in the previous franchise agreement that we have currently, that is patterned on the one that you're taking, is in the area of complaint material and what the city has access to. If in fact we have significant customer complaint, what do we get to see? Where do we get to see it, et cetera? Because some of this is confidential, customer information, understand all of that. But nevertheless, we found that our franchise agreement did not allow us necessarily to get what we needed to get. And I would like to see this franchise agreement incorporate the revised language that we have yet to incorporate in the other franchise agreements up to this point. So from that perspective, I'd like that incorporated before this gets approved. And I don't know what that language is, because I'm not sure that we pursued that after we had a discussion earlier in the year on this topic.
Well, I just want to have a quick clarification, Councilman. Are you talking about complaints during the construction process, or are you talking about complaints with customer service and the actual service that Allo provides?
The latter.
So let me just quickly give you I don't know if council is familiar with the Net Promoter Score. So a Net Promoter Score is basically how likely are you to refer Allo to a friend or another potential customer. Typical, and so if you do an 8 or a 9 or a 10, it's a positive one. A 7 or an 8 is a 0, it's a push, and 6 and below is a -1. So you can have a score from -100 to +100. Allo's score sits right at 65 to 70 consistently every month. Our competitors are -5 to 0 to 5. So we're very confident in our customer service as it relates to the customer. And as long as it was fair and with all providers in Fremont, I believe we'd be open to it.
Yeah, and I think what happened, and we if I remember correctly, during the process, we asked that that language be taken out because it was specific only to Allo. And under the FCC rules, anything that is in place needs to be competitively neutral for competitors that are in a community. And so we did not want to be the only provider that had more stringent reporting requirements on those issues than the other providers did. So we asked legal and city administration to give us the same agreement that Spectrum had so that it would be competitively neutral under the federal rules.
Can I respond even though my time has expired?
Actually, we need to see if there's any other comments.
I can amplify a little.
Any other comments?
Oops. This is Brad Moline. I can amplify a little bit on that last comment. As we work,
I did have that exact conversation with legal before the meeting, and they said essentially the same thing with regards to everybody on the same playing field, and I understand that. My dilemma is this: we don't have it in your competitor. I understand. I had this discussion with legal counsel before the meeting. I understand everybody needs to be on the same playing field, and I appreciate all of that. The issue that I have is that if we don't put it in now in your franchise agreement, and we haven't yet put it in your competitor's agreement, then if and when we bring that one up for renewal, they're going to say, I don't want anything worse than yours. And we're in a loop cycle where we can't actually put in what we need to have relative to that complaint cycle for service issues. Should we need that? And obviously, maybe we'll never need it with you. But my point is, we need something to protect the residents with regards to that as to how do you record service complaints. Do you take them only over the phone on an 800 number? Do you take them through email? How do you record those complaints when you say, well, we had some, but we only had one on the 800 number, but I had 250 in emails, that kind of thing. And I would like to have that somehow clarified. And so I don't know how council works that in this regard. If we give you something else, we have to go back immediately and amend the contracts with other competitors to say the same thing. And I'd ask legal, what do we do? Because otherwise we're in a perpetual cycle that for some, we'll never get where we need to be. And so I don't know if legal has an opinion on that or not.
Pat, can you weigh in?
You know, I understand that loop cycle. I just have two comments in that regard. We should really have some of these franchise agreements line up to be renewed at the same time, so that when they're being renewed at the same time, we could then address that issue. But secondly, I think we need to decide whether we want to get into the customer service business as a city council in regard to complaints, particularly now when you're going to have competition in this field. Competition is going to resolve issues more than anything else. But I don't know if the city wants to get into the business of fielding or digging into complaints about service to that extent anyway. But the answer is if we had these contracts that were somehow calendared to terminate within the same time, so then we could then adjust provisions in the agreements with equal treatment to all parties involved.
This is Brad Moline. Can you hear me?
If you're speaking to me, yes.
So to that end, as I understand from Mr. Sullivan, Section 2 of the grant franchise 2.2 would need, perhaps if you wanted to do what you just recommended, would need to tie into whenever the other contract terminations are terminated, rather than for a 10-year cycle, and then we'd be on point to renew all these at the same time. Is that correct?
I guess our only problem with that is I don't know when the others terminate, but to make a $20 million investment for what may be a 5 or 6 year franchise agreement we would not be supportive of that concept. So, if you wanted to have the second termination be at the second, that would be preferable, but we don't want to see where we're asked to make a significant investment and then have it only be a short period of time before the franchise agreement would be up for renewal.
Councilman Bechtel.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I hope that we as a council never do that. I don't think that it's important or appropriate for us to see what any company's complaints are or anything on that. I don't want to dabble in the market. I think that that's some extreme government overreach. So I hope that as a council, that's something we never do.
I would say on the voice side, we are regulated by the Public Service Commission. Internet is unregulated anywhere. The FCC has, to this point, had hands off on internet regulation, so that's not regulated anywhere. The video is regulated both at the federal level and the state level, so we deal with both federal regulators and not the state level, local level. We deal with regulators on both the local level and the federal level for video. So we have kind of a regulatory hodgepodge when it comes to opportunities for people to voice their displeasure. I've been in the telecommunications industry for 30-some years, and I think you're going to be pleased with the level of service you get here. So we'd like to move forward, if we could, with the 10-year and the follow-up as it is. And if we're a bad actor, call us in, call our local people in, call us in. But I think you'll be pleased.
Councilman Ellis.
I wanted to take the opportunity to thank you guys for coming to Fremont. What an opportunity, and like you said, $20 million investment is definitely, a commitment on your guys' part. I've been following your company for a long time, and I've seen the growth, and I've seen what you're doing in other cities like Norfolk. So it's really good. And I really competition is going to take care of the service quality problems all over. So thank you guys for showing up.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilman Jensen.
If there's no further discussion on the matter, I make a motion to approve the franchise agreement.
No. But is there any comments in the public? Comments from council, Councilman Bechtel.
Can I say Mark Jensen?
Let's do the first Mark Jensen, and then we'll go back to a second.
I will make the motion to franchise and full attachment agreement with Allo communication.
Councilman Bechtel.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you guys in the future for the next 20 or 30 years.
Item 21, motion to approve consent order to terminate Friends of Library a trust. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council. We have a consent to terminate The trust was created quite a few years ago. It owned one of the houses next to the library. When the corner house came up for sale, we went to the trust. They purchased the corner house for us, and then once they had both of the homes, they then transferred those to the city. That has been done. They now feel that their purpose has been served, and they wish to dissolve the trust and transfer the remaining balance to the city. You can see they have a remaining balance of about $225,780. So what you have before you is the court order. Tim Schultz prepared as one of the board members of the trust that dissolves the corporation. And then we have to agree, obviously, mayor has to sign this consent waiver of termination of trust. So I'll take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus.
I have just a few questions. In times past, we kind of struggled with trying to find out where this was delineated in the financial reports and how this was accounted for, how trust funds, et cetera. And Jody's was broken, it was earmarked, number separate. Are all the monies accounted for? Is there any issues with any of the funding? What happens to monies that come in as donations to the library? Is just separate from the trust fund entirely, and there's still a fund separate for donations to the building fund. John Q. Public takes a donation, takes a donation for the building fund. I mean, how does that all work? You know, it's kind of convoluted because of what's going on now with the expansion project. So if somebody typically makes a $1,000 a year donation to the library, is it automatically used for the expansion project, or does it have to be earmarked? And then how are all those funds and donations accounted for? Because right now we are still trying to work through the funding portion of it to move forward with the expansion. So what and how is this accounted for in the monies?
Yeah, this has been asked 100 times. It's very clear. Jody, you want to weigh in on this?
Sure. Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. The kinds of questions that Council Member Jacobus has asked, it depends on, for one thing, what the donor wishes. If the donor designates it for the building expansion fund, we have a project number set up within the trust fund, and the library staff know how to cash receipt it so that it goes into city funds, but marked as the trust and for the building expansion. We've kind of internally decided that amounts that single gifts that are more than $100,000, as this particular gift would be, we would take out a CD for those amounts so that anyone can look at our investment list and see those dollars are being accounted for separately. If they wish to remain anonymous, we can do that as well. I understand that the Friends of the Library, which is a separate 501c3, is also raising funds for the expansion project. And my understanding is that those funds are being directed to the Fremont Area Community Foundation. Those are not city funds. We have no control over those funds, and we have no idea what the balance is in those funds. But anything that comes through to the city and designated as for the library expansion funds, you'll be able to see the total dollar amount that's in the expansion fund, and then the various gifts that would be 100,000 or greater. I'm sorry, all the microphones are muted. Was someone asking a question?
I would make a motion to approve the consent order to terminate the Friends of the Library Trust and transfer the funds to the assets of the city.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons,
I vote yes.
Councilman Jensen and Jacobus. Thank you. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
time is 9:05. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
All right. trying to do everybody all.
I know, you're just doing a great job. Thank you. We aim to please. Time is 9:15. Go to item number 22. Motion authorizing use of city buildings by Lincoln Premium Poultry for emergencies. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, this item came about back when COVID was running pretty rapid. They contacted me and they had a very significant outbreak there. And they really wanted to be able to use one of our facilities. And at the time, we really didn't have anything available. But they also remembered that we had a similar arrangement with the school. So in a situation, whether it's a shooter or something at the school, we have a contract in place between us and the school that they can use one of our facilities. This is very similar to how it would simply after the one we have with the schools. The difference being is we don't charge the schools, of course. This one we do charge, and they're willing to pay. So, this one is contingent upon space available. So if they wanted to use Christensen Field and it was being already rented by somebody else, they would be able to use it. If it was available, they could use it and they would pay the ongoing fee, whatever we would charge for that facility. So they wanted to pay. And so it's just something that they felt pretty compassionate about getting some place where they could go get some employees that they had, outbreak, get all their employees to another spot so they could talk to them and do something with it. They just don't have a facility that big to be able to do that. So.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus.
I have a few comments, and some of them are addressed by members of the public. One of them is this something that's going to be available to all private businesses, because this is a private business. It's not a public governmental entity or a school type. And if so, then why don't we just have that as an open-ended? So have a policy in place that says, oh, you're a private business. You need to use this for something for our facilities. These are the fees and first come, first serve, however. So that's one issue of concern. And if you're not going to open this up to all private businesses, regardless of their size, whether it's Fremont Beef, Holstone, Lincoln Premium Poultry, where do you draw the line at? Because it is a precedent. And what constitutes an emergency? An emergency being fire, tornadic, some kind of a natural disaster, man-made, something as a COVID outbreak. And then if it's due to a COVID outbreak and you're bringing in people to a city facility, our employees can be present. Who does the cleanup and the sanitization? So within specifically what building, you said facilities. Well, we have a 3-story city hall here. We have a police station. We have other buildings and structures, including fire station, et cetera. Is this just going to be limited to Christensen Field? So there's some of the questions on some of the comments that I have received. And so I would ask that you answer whatever you can.
So this would be
Well, I had some of the similar questions that Councilmember Jacobus already asked, so I won't repeat those other than it did staff. It also includes, I don't know who even makes up, who might facility for them. Okay, so I have to start over? Does my clock start over too, or? Sorry. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I'll start over and say I shared some of the concerns that were raised by Councilmember Jacobus already about private versus public. I appreciate your statements that anybody can, get on, and can rent. We already have a facility for that, so we don't need a private contract, I guess. In the emergency area, my concern was it wasn't just employees or staff, it was to provide for vendors that they might have as well, which is an even broader request. I don't know what that means. But I was also concerned about the liability indemnification that we're giving them while they're in our facilities. I'm not sure that I'm necessarily in favor of giving them a pass if something happens at our facilities. So I think this kind of sets really bad precedent to be starting to write contracts for private companies to use city facilities on a basis like this rather than proceeding like we've been doing. Apparently there's a provision for this. It's just not a contractual relationship. And I think this is sort of a bad precedent to start on, because where do you stop? And then you have prioritization for all of these private companies that want to use city facilities, and it goes on and on. And so I think this is a slippery slope. Doesn't sound like something that we might want to embark on from my position.
Shane can come in and tell me you can't hear you too. Yeah, I haven't been here for a while. That's weird. All right, can you hear me now?
I think Pat could hear you.
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank goodness, right away. So we don't really need this agreement. Apparently they do. So Pat can weigh on the liability issues. I mean, I think we have typical hold harmless language in almost any of our contracts. And so I'm not sure we have any additional liability doing this versus our rental agreement that we would have with anybody using it. And again, as far as the vendors, we don't care. If they rent, they're responsible. We don't care who they rent. Pat, you want to weigh in on liability?
So I got about 15 words from Brad, and I got about 3 words from Brian. But I will say this, I don't think there's anything prohibiting any of the private businesses from contracting to use as emergency services. I think if private businesses became reliant upon that there's a first come, first served basis, which is still going to happen under this contract, then it's basically just creating a method or a means to show that they have some type of emergency services. And I would probably agree with Brian that that's probably more of a need on their part than it is on ours, that they have a system in place. So from that standpoint, I think this is more of them, what I want to say, papering their emergency process. But I think from that standpoint, I'm assuming the city would offer emergency services to anybody, and it's still on a first come, first served basis. Secondly, both of the indemnification agreement provisions in that deal basically just say we're going to indemnify them for basically negligent acts on our part, and they're going to indemnify us for negligent acts on their part, and we're charging them a fee. We would be responsible in a sense that way anyway for those actions. And it really comes down to, with respect to business, as a city, as a public entity, are we going to be a facilitator to promote business and help business, or are we going to be an inhibitor to business and not be available to them? And I think the proactive method is to try to be a facilitator to them and not an inhibitor. So this really isn't changing how we do business anyway. It's just memorializing it. And I would imagine if other private businesses saw this and said, well, I want to get on this bandwagon too, if we had so many businesses that were getting on this bandwagon per se, then some of these businesses would have to say, well, the availability doesn't look very good. Maybe I need to shift and get a different emergency plan. But we don't have very many other businesses coming to us and asking that either. So I don't really see any problem with it. I don't think that it's much to do about anything, because if we had space available and somebody came in and asked to use our buildings, we'd let them do it.
Councilman Bechtel.
Brian, am I unmuted? Yes. I was just going to say, this just seems to me as they're just wanting to get clarity and do this, so they can put it in something like an employee manual, just in case after there's I'll say a mass casualty situation at the plant. That way you do not have employees either showing up, or it would probably be something where a supervisor you told, reach out to your team, like, no, maybe they're at a person's field, you'll be filtering. So to me, I would say that for a company like that, especially if there's equipment or whatever, they do need to come up and ask casualty plan, unfortunately. We all do. And so to me, this just seems like they just want to have that okay on them, so they put it out and drag their employees otherwise.
Any other comments? Comments from the public? So low. Your hand's up.
Hi, it's Julie Heinmarsh. I just am using somebody else's Zoom tonight. My comment was, I agree that facilitating for, can you
Julie,
hear
give
me?
your name and address, please.
I did. Julie Heinmarsh, 2015 Bramblewood, Fremont, Nebraska. You can hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. My comment would be that it's a very open-ended proposal. It could be drafted to be more specific as to using Christensen Field for emergency evacuations. And if in fact this is for medical purposes, that you're having a triage clinic or a quarantine area or even an overnight shelter, I think we really need to think about those things a bit more seriously, and particularly on the disinfectant and the cleanup for those, what buildings are appropriate, what buildings are not appropriate. And are these the kind of things that they should be dealing with the Methodist system first before they come to the city, if in fact the need, as Brian stated, is been appeared through the COVID epidemic. Thank you.
Mayor.
Any other comments?
Mayor, if I may comment, in regard to it being more specific, I think that would be a detriment to make it more specific. I think it's something that we need to, this contract's more of a goal than it is anything else. And to tie it to one piece of property or otherwise, there's an infinite amount of different circumstances that could require emergency services. And therefore, we should leave it open so that we can try to accommodate them in any way that we can.
Any other comments? Comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Sullivan, which I'm sure you will. My question is, in regards to COVID or clinics, which was brought up by Heinrich, it could be an emergency situation where they have a mass testing that they have to have, and they have a site. That's something that we could address at that time because it's something specific in nature. And we'd have to at least have minimum requirements for cleanup, sanitary measures, et cetera. Because the city surely wouldn't be expected to bear the burden of ramped up cleanup or sanitization of a facility. Am I looking at that incorrectly, or is that too specific?
I don't know if it's Zoom in general or if it's this Zoom, but generally I have much cleaner meetings on Zoom than I have on this meeting. So I got most of what you said. From this standpoint, we have standard rates that would be there. And if there are cleanup issues, I think it would, even in the way the contract written, it would be their responsibility to take care of that under our building use policy. So I don't see that as a concern.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I would take a motion authorizing use of city buildings by Lincoln Premium Poultry for emergencies. Councilman Jensen,
I will make that motion.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
Councilman Coons.
Are you asking for my vote?
Yes, sir.
I vote yes.
Cast your votes, please. The motion is 4-4.
I vote yes.
I'm sorry, the
Actually,
motion was
it would be
5-4 before with Councilmember Coons' vote, so it's 5-3. Can you show that? Yeah. You show like your votes not necessary. So
Right.
How the record will reflect the vote was 5-3.
Still doesn't show it.
So Councilmember Coon voted yes, that adds 1 vote, so it carries 5-3.
Item 23. Councilmember your item, resolution 2020-227. Approve RFP language and release the RFP commissioned in resolution 2020-215, which authorized the preparation and release of an approved request for proposal on or before Wednesday, November 11th for the purpose of soliciting animal control services on behalf of the city of Fremont. This time we'll have staff report. Brad?
Yes, and before I start, I'd like to enter a document into the record. So here are copies for receipt. Basically, it's the proposal with some slightly amended language at request of administration.
This could be a situation, but we won't be able to provide a copy to Councilmember Coon since he's not here.
I can discuss it orally because the changes are very insignificant, actually.
Every time I turn around, I would take a motion to receive. Councilman,
I'll make a motion to receive.
Councilmember Jacobus,
I'll second that.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons.
I'll vote yes.
Cast your vote, please.
Motion carries 8-0.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for Councilman Coons, who's not present, the document that I handed out was essentially the document that was in the packet previously at the previous meeting, with some minor language revisions, and they're really not particularly substantive, but I'll just cover them for you briefly so you'll know at least what they are. In the introduction, animal control and sheltering services was changed to and/or, animal control and/or. And in the proposal content, that paragraph reference to animal control and sheltering again was changed to animal control and/or sheltering. And then with regards to the paragraphs that are contained in the document, there was a paragraph or a section of guidance that dealt with regarding code enforcement and capture of intake animals. You should include the following in your RFP. That was labeled paragraph A. And then there was a paragraph labeled regarding the sheltering and humane care disposition of animals. You should include the following. That was labeled as paragraph B. And then further in that discussion of sheltering, in the description where it describes your plan and procedures, where it talks about the animal control records, as an insertion of 4 words where it said any animal or any software used reference, so that we know what type of software you'll be using to do sheltering reporting was added. The most significant change relative to what's included here is in the submittal process at the end of the resolution, where it provides for providing paragraph A or animal control services as a separate proposal, or you can provide a proposal for paragraph B, which is sheltering services only proposal, or you can submit your RFP with A and B services combined. That is, you want to do animal control and sheltering services all together. In the original packet material that went out on Friday, staff had an alternate proposal that just addressed sheltering only. No animal control services was included. That was all stricken. After discussion was determined, and I think everybody, including the chief and the city administrator, are on the same page with what you have before you, that asking for the maximum amount of information in RFPs gives the city the maximum flexibility to decide what, if anything, we want to do relative to splitting up animal control or sheltering, or leaving it combined, et cetera. So our options are open, and we've gathered all the information up front we might need to make all those decisions. And I believe at this juncture, everybody's on the same page. And although it was in the packet, that city administrator's version of this RFP has basically been, for all intents and purposes, removed from discussion. I guess that's my understanding. And I guess Brian can confirm that. I don't know if the chief is on, but we went through this as well. And the revised language seems amenable to everybody to put this RFP out as amended with what's in front of you. So I'd take questions, or Brian can comment on whether or not he's in agreement.
Actually, I just had one quick question for legal. This, if we release this request for proposal, that doesn't commit us to doing anything. Is that not correct? That is to say, we don't have to accept anything that comes. This is still all up to us.
Again, it's just a request for proposals. Outside of you actually accepting one of the proposals, it's a There's no problem with doing that, no.
Councilman McBain?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm for this. I like this. I just wish I would have gotten this a little earlier so I would have had time to read through it and know exactly what it's saying. But from what I've seen for it, I like what you're saying.
Any comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus.
I appreciate the effort that was given by both administration, Chief Elliott and Councilman Berger on this. I think it was a good cohesive effort and with a very minimal change that's been made to this. I think it collects everything that all. I appreciate the work done on it, collaboration.
Any other comments? I would take a motion in regards to this item. Councilmember Yerger.
I make the motion to approve resolution 2020-227.
Councilmember Jacobus.
And I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Councilmember Coons, I didn't hear you.
I'll vote yes.
Thank you.
Item 24.
Should we vote?
Motion carried 8-0.
Item 24. Councilmember Yerger, item request for executive session to discuss contract negotiations, any potential threatened litigations, including an update on all other outstanding litigations involving the city of Fremont. Councilmember Jensen.
All of council received an email today from legal stating that they were not ready to do an executive session until December. Given that, I'll make the privileged motion to table this.
I raise an order of parliamentary procedure. This was my request. I didn't have a chance to present.
I think the privilege motion is out there. Is there a second? Councilman Legman?
Is this for Marks?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons?
Well, it's going to be hard for me to vote since how everybody was muted that just spoke.
Yeah. Councilmember Coons, basically what occurred was there was a discussion about the executive session. Councilmember Jensen stated that the council received an email stating that the legal counsel was not prepared to provide information during an executive session. Councilmember Yerger then stated that he didn't have an opportunity to speak on that item. Councilmember Jensen's motion was a privileged motion to table the item. Mayor ruled that it was indeed a privileged motion, and then that motion was seconded by Councilmember Legband.
So we're voting. So we'd be voting on what Councilmember Jensen suggested.
That's correct.
I vote yes.
Are you voting, Mike?
Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Cast your votes, please. Motion carries 5-3. Motion.
Item 25. Motion to require the city attorney to provide the city council with, and for the city attorney to place into the council's public record all information received in response to the items approved or listed on the Animal Control Citizens Advisory Board agenda for September 16th, as well as the responses received for all other outstanding data requests that had not been provided in a timely manner to the Animal Control Citizens Advisory Board before it was dissolved. Staff report, which I assume
That would be mine. So I put this on the agenda for two reasons. One, I put it on before the city attorney provided information to the city council relative to some of the items that had been received. Notwithstanding that, this kind of information would have been placed in the public record, or could have easily been placed in the public record by the Animal Control Board prior to its dissolution, had such responses been provided to that Animal Control Board in a timely manner in the first place. Because that didn't happen, information needs to still be placed into the public record. And this particular motion asks that that be done. I am willing to accept an amendment to this motion if there is objection to putting it into the record immediately, since the information exists. But if there is some pending reason for doing that, not doing that tonight, then at least the motion should be amended to say, this will make the public record. Because it needs to stand in the public record with regards to what was asked for and should have been collected and reviewable, not just by council through privilege, but through public access that would have come through the Animal Control Board. So those documents aren't in your packet to insert tonight. They were provided to council members. They have been provided to the city, and now or at some point destined in the future, they need to be put in the public record, and that's what this motion does.
Councilman Jensen.
Again, our city attorney's opinion is that this action, putting all this stuff up to public record, weakens the position of the city of Fremont. It weakens their legal position and actions pertaining to DCHS. That being the case, I'll make the privileged motion to table this.
Councilmember Legman.
I will second it, but yes, when this is all done, I would like all this to be put on public record. Once the RFP, everything is done, then I would say, yes, let's put it on public record. But right now, per legal advice, I'm going to second Mark's motion.
Cast your votes. Cast your votes.
Councilman Coons, I vote yes.
Councilman Coons. Councilman Coons.
I vote yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Councilman Coons, I vote yes.
This?
What?
I haven't recorded your vote yet.
I didn't know you told us to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-3.
Item 26.
You publish the vote, please. Show it again.
Item 26. Mayor Getchman item, ordinance 5546, pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by Item 26, Mayor Getchman item, ordinance 5546, pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Fremont Technology Park, to begin holdings LLC pursuant to Nebraska law. This is, I'll just give you a quick overview. Brian, you can finish it up. For lots 1, 2, 11, and 12, it's approximately 5 acres. This is, the business has, continues to grow. And so he is kind of out of room at the location he's at right now. And so this facility would provide him with future expansion and growth, plus give him the room for today's, what he needs for today. The overall agreement is for $148,320, and it's $4,000 down. If the data park reaches the dollars or reaches the employee count that would be required to meet guidelines for the Department of Economic Development, there would be a reduction of about $9,000 per acre that would be returned. So about $45,000 that would be returned to McGinn Holdings. With that, and again, he's putting $4,000 down. Brian, anything to add?
Mr. Mayor, Council, Brandon, City Administrator. This agreement varies just slightly from what we've done with other agreements in the past. Seth is here. Seth McGinn's here. His attorney, David Mitchell, is also on Zoom. And they wanted certain protections put in there. The city looked at those. We have no problem with those. They specifically wanted a time frame in there when the road was going to get done. We will make sure that the contractor will put similar provisions in there, so we'll pass penalties on to our contractor should they not get it done. So we have no issues with that. As far as assisting with his LD 40 or TIF application, we have no issues with that. This is with everybody's application. So we are real pleased to be able to get Seth his business located in there. Seth could locate his business anywhere. I'm really pleased that he chose Fremont. I think you're going to be very pleased. Next month, we're going to bring a couple more sales before you. We're going to easily meet 31 employees this year. Seth has already agreed he's going to add a couple of employees himself. And so I think you'll be really pleased on the interest that we're now getting at that park. So things are really starting to move there. And so I don't know if Seth or Dave Mitchell, if you have anything you want to add, but we can certainly recommend this. It's clapping up second.
Dave, you got anything you want to say?
Sure. Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Just a little background about Seth's company. Seth and Sonia McGinn own McGinn Holdings, and they're a contract manufacturer, distributor, and wholesaler of a number of different products that are sold nationwide. And Seth may correct me. I'm sure he's probably gone over the border by now. It's been a very, very successful company. You can buy many of his products at Shields and other big box and other more specialty sporting goods locations. And it's been a great local success story. This is going to be a distribution center that's going to be located here that will be probably expanding in 4 different phases over time. As Brian indicated, Seth and Sonia are actually, they live in Bennington, and they could have chosen Valley, Elkhorn, Epley Airfield area, Bennington, a host of different sites to locate this particular business. And we're fortunate to keep them here and to be able to watch the company continue to grow. And so I think this is an important project for Fremont in terms of retention, in terms of visibility, and in terms of showing what we can do for local businesses as we move forward. This is the same contract, just by way of reference, that I used in connection with the development of the Yeager Street project, which many of you may recall. There were 6 of us that bought the 23rd and Yeager Street location a number of years ago, and where we put the hotel, the Buffalo Wild Wings, Starbucks, and other shops, as well as the Emergent Care Center. And this is the same contract that we used for that. And it just is one that gives us a little bit of flexibility and anticipates that it's a site that requires development, it requires due diligence, and requires conditions to closing on the transaction. But again, this is a document that's been time tested, worked great for us over at the Yeager location. And we're prepared once we get this inked, knowing Seth, there's not going to be any grass growing under his feet moving forward. Shoot.
Okay, now you can hear me, I know. What we do is, because this takes 3 readings, it's required by state law. We have 3 readings. This is an ordinance. And so you'll not have a legal description right now. Jennifer will eventually, we'll get it platted. So Olson will take those 4 parcels that you'll see. We'll put that into one plat. Jennifer will plat that administratively. She can do that. And as soon as they're done doing that, they'll come up with a survey of the legal description. And by the 3rd reading, you will have the exact legal description and a plat of that particular property. That's why in reference now, it references those 4 lots, simply because we haven't got the survey yet and we're starting the process. We'll have that by the 3rd reading. Does that make sense? We've done that before.
Councilmember Jacobus.
I have just a few questions. It's unusual that we have less than 5% as a down payment on this. And where this is going at, is this saying that there's no infrastructure in place now at all? There's nothing been done with that site. I thought that site had quite a little infrastructure brought to the parameters.
I think it may have, I don't know, it may have water down 29th Street, but the street is not paved. There's no sewer down there, so it has to all be put in.
And it's going to be all at our own expense. The city's improvement to the business park itself. And is this also in a blighted and substandard area? This business park?
So to answer your first question, yes, it's city improvements because that's part of the deal. When we purchased the property, we're using LB 40 money to develop it. That's calculated in the cost per acre. And so as soon as they pay that, that goes back in the LB 40 fund like we've done in other parcels. And yes, this has all been blighted. Yes, this is TIF eligible.
So there's an expectation that it will either be TIF and or LB 40 funded.
He'll have to make an application for both.
So on this forgiveness in times past, on a specific property to the south of this area, we actually required some employee base addition So is that something we're gonna tie into this in order to forgive $45,000 of the purchase price?
No, so the purchase price, that is based on the grant. So the other parts that we sold in there to TJ Bird, remember, if we satisfy the grant, we have a $1 million contingency in the LB 840. That's forgiven. We no longer have a contingency. It lowers the price, the cost per acre, and that's all that simply reflects.
Correct,
When
and
he
they were
applies-
required to add an employee for that.
No, not for that. He does not. For the LB 840, he does. Okay. Oh, you're saying on TJ Bird's?
On TJ Bird's, we did.
Yes.
In order to
TJ,
bring that back down, we needed that extra employee, so why are we gonna do that on this as well?
that's a good point, because on TJ's, we did say, was that
We
in the
wanted to, and we actually went down to one.
We went down to
because of cost.
one employee, I believe, in TJ's for his
Correct.
lot. So, and he'll have to, if Seth wants to apply for LB 40, then it's contingent upon adding employees, of course.
But this, for TJ, had nothing to do with LB 840 or TIF monies. This was only for meeting our employee
Yeah.
count of 31.
Yeah, that's a good point. We did require one employee of TJ's for that
What was
forgiveness.
the purchase price of TJ's?
It's the same 32,000 an acre, so it's the same calculation, the same math.
So with that acre that he bought, how much did TJ buy?
1.1, 1.2
So essentially we need
acres.
5 employees added to this contract.
So, yeah.
Well, let me
We're going
also
to
point
treat them
out,
the same as we did with TJ,
Well,
yes.
we set a precedent with it in this arena. And then also, we're actually obligating ourselves now to pave that street, the entire stretch of 29th Street.
Yes. So we've got the plans done. We're going out for bid here this month.
So that's gonna take priority over it. We don't, what is the status of the tech park area on the outlets? When it came to the vote of the counter, the vote in this general, it failed on both county and city. So what is the status and what is the imminent need to pave that road if we're not gonna be building a law enforcement center?
Because we have to, we've got 2 additional lot sales that will be up Jaeger and on 29th Street. So it had always been planned to paved, regardless whether the joint law enforcement center was there or not.
These 4 lots will be owned by one owner, so they won't be landlocked.
He could apply to get access off Jaeger if he chooses. We don't know yet his site
We wouldn't have to
plan.
commit to the whole entire stretch though, if you were to want access to that spot.
So
number
again,
12.
next month, there'll be another application that we would likely want to pave it all. And it's been planned for quite a while.
So how do we go about amending something that's been pretty much spelled out? And then again, the question is, we're asking less than 5% for a down payment. 4,000 isn't even 5% of the 148,000,
I mean,
which is unusual.
Seth is here and Dave's online. I'm sure we can work something out. I mean, the point is that for the forgiveness, Seth has said he's going to add some additional employees. And as far as the down payment, Dave and Seth, I mean, I don't think it's an issue to bump that up a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
I'll get to you, Matt. I do know that at the end of the day, this project's extremely important to Seth. He'll probably share that here shortly. Everybody's gonna talk. But the down payment, we really said, we've had an agreement with him already, and he's already performed once. And he's done an extremely great job in regards to growth and development. So, I'm sure he will do more of a down payment if we need that. But at the end of the day, he wants us to know really that extremely serious. He needs to get moving, and he needs to move as quickly as possible. Dave said there'll be no grass growing under his feet. That's his plan. So go ahead.
Scott, may I?
Am I unmuted? Seth McGinn, 925 West 6. The company we're talking about is Can Cooker. I want to thank you all for your time. Try and make this short and sweet. Our company, like David Mitchell said, we do not need to be here. There's a lot of moving parts. I don't know how many permits everybody has pulled in this town. We don't want to get the cart in front of the horse, but we want to get the horse hooked up to the cart. And that's the whole deal for this purchase agreement. Allow us to do our due diligence. We've seen significant growth. We came to town, 10 years ago. Don't quote me on that, but we'll put it as a ballpark. We bought a 15,000 square foot facility, thought it'd last us. We'd never grow into it. Since then, 3 years ago, we built an additional 10,000 square foot, and have outgrown that. Our current facilities actually limited our growth. I don't want to put it this way, but I mean, we'll find a place. I mean, whether it's here in Fremont or whatever, it was brought to our attention through the mayor and Brian Newton. This facility here north of Village Inn, the Tech Park, I believe it's called. It is not ready to build on as of today. So therefore, the reason for the purchase agreement to allow us to do some due diligence. I don't know, nobody will loan you money without access. And currently there's no access. So like I said, we got to get the horse hooked up to the cart. Looking at about a $2.5 million investment. So putting our roots pretty firmly planted here, to say the least. They've touched base. We're an international company now. Some of our people we supply, Cabela's, Bass Pro, Dick's, Gander, Academy, Amazon, some local companies, Ace Hardware, Baumgars, Tractor Supply, at a pretty significant level. It made us nervous back in March with everything that went on, and our Amazon business has gone up over 800%. So, like I said, we will find a place because we have to have one, whether it's here. Dave mentioned we live out of the county. I was born and raised in Dodge County, so that's between that handful of fine people you have here in the city. That's the reason we're here.
Mayor,
and just for the record, we're giving you what you wanted for the property.
Councilman Bechtel. Councilman Bechtel.
Let me make sure I'm unmuted.
You aren't.
I also want to thank Brian tonight for making sure that everybody online. Actually, all I really want to say about this project. Really, great to see you. I think it becomes fascinating. I don't know, open arms. I think I'm going to open arms tomorrow. When I come to work tomorrow, you guys are like, ask me about it. To me, it's accepted that, right? So you accepted that, right? So very pleased with it. So thank you. Very pleased with it. So thank you.
Councilmember.
I'm going to try not to talk too loud. Hopefully I'm not muted. I did some research today because I was not really familiar with this company and found the company website, and it is really fascinating and very cool. And we have been wanting to have somebody, break ground in this tech park for a while. These are now the only lots we have available for business growth in Fremont. And I also am very excited about this. And, I think we can work out some of these other details, but I, for one, think we should get the ball rolling and show our support for this small business. Well, not even small, but it's really exciting to see this growth in a company that's here in Fremont.
Any other comments?
Mayor?
Councilman Yerger.
Well, I'm also excited to have small business growth in Fremont, so I'm certainly receptive and welcoming to what you're proposing to do. So even though I have some questions to ask, I wanted to state that as a foundation. Because some of the questions that I had have been addressed by Councilmember Jacobus and the conversations she's had with the city administrator. And so there's several things in this agreement that are yet to be manifest in documentation. And I'll maybe reiterate those at the end. But to start with, I wanted to comment on a couple of things that haven't been mentioned relative to the purchase agreement. It says in paragraph 2 regarding the purchase price that earnest money is not refundable except for the situations reflected in section 21 of the agreement. Yet, if you actually read the agreement, that's not the only place that earnest money is suggested. And I'm only saying I think we need to clean up the document perhaps to make sure that that's all clear. I'm not expecting any default, by the way. But paragraph 9B talks about earnest money being refundable. Paragraphs 13A and B define who can keep the earnest money. So it's either refundable or not refundable. And then there's paragraph 21. It seems to me that paragraph 2 should reference all of those potential options for earnest money, just so that the document is clear. It doesn't do anything. And like I said, I'm not expecting a default, so it's not an issue. I'm just thinking cleaning up the document, we should take care of that. In particular, though, I am interested in knowing how we arrived at the $9,000 refund figure tied to the tech park. Because in calculations that I made, if you look at the amount of funding that we got from grant, $975,392, and if you're looking at that on a per employee basis, that doesn't calculate out to a $9,000 refund. It calculates out more to like $6,800, and that would seem to be more appropriate. And as a result, we're assuming that we make the goal of 31 employees, we'll be selling that property for under $23,000 when in reality it could be selling for 25. So we're shorting the city a few $1,000s an acre with regards to the calculation if it's based on employees. And I was encouraged to hear that you're bringing new employees to the tech park, that we could count for the 31 that we need to have in order to get the grant money and not have to give it back. So that's quite encouraging, but I would agree that probably needs to be codified in the agreement like we did in the BIRD agreement to sell property as well. And so because we don't have the legal description that's necessary, because we don't have the employee information that might be required here in order to sell that's comparable to what we did with the BIRD property, because there's no reference that I can see in here to the commitments for the street, that probably needs to be mentioned in the requirement. And I mentioned earlier in the meeting that it would be important for us to recognize that the tech park property was infrastructure improved. That is, we've already brought sewer and water up in that regard. So, and this property is on Jaeger. So 2 of those properties at least are significant properties with regards to that infrastructure that's been put in there already. So would make them perhaps worth somewhat more. But I am curious as to where the 9,000 came from, because if you do the math using 31,000 employees, you wouldn't get that value. And I don't know how we arrived at that.
Not to correct you, it's 31 employees. Not 31,000.
Oh, 31 employees, 31 new employees. And you'd be contributing to that just like the Birds did, an employee or whatever. And I just think that needs to be codified here as a part of the sale. We put it in their agreement, and it probably ought to be in this one as well. And if we were to clean up the language in the purchase agreement to recognize those things, the only other question that I have is, so is the zoning in this area been analyzed that it's effective for what the purchaser wants to do? It's zoned appropriately. We don't have any zoning issues to go through, right? And in that regard, I don't know much about your business. So do you have significant truck traffic associated with your business? And by truck traffic, I mean heavy truck traffic. Well, general commercial versus light industrial has a different element of the amount of truck traffic that can run up and down. And if that traffic's going on Jaeger versus whatever might be paved going north and east or west out of that subdivision area, heavy truck traffic could be an issue on Jaeger Road. So I'm just trying to get a sense as the kind of trucks that you'll be utilizing and the use on Jaeger Road.
I think so. So if you're asking it, are there better locations for us to build? Absolutely.
That's not my question. My question is, do I have an expectation of significant truck traffic on Jaeger Road that's not there today?
Yeah, and like I said, define significant, because whatever I say, I think will get twisted around somehow.
I don't know how to define that, Brian, because I know there is a code requirement relative to light industrial and general industrial with regards to the amount of traffic that can be had by city code currently.
We'll have to get.
He's probably fine. I don't have any.
Jennifer will have to wait.
I don't have any reason to believe.
Probably not anymore. That's coming down West 6th Street.
Probably not.
And that's where we're currently located.
Okay, and I don't know how much volume that is, so I just wanted to ask because.
How many semis do you get a week?
Man, I don't sit and count them. I got bigger things to do. Between FedEx, UPS, we're probably one of the largest supporters in Fremont for FedEx. Size?
Semis, is that semis?
No, that'd be ground. I don't know. A dozen a week.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Is that significant?
And those aren't semis typically, so that's really where my questions were going when I said heavy trucks. I meant semis. And so thank you. That's probably not an issue either. Neither is the zoning. So thank you for that. I do think some of those things need to be cleaned up in the purchase agreement, though. The ones brought up by Councilmember Jacobus and the ones that you brought up, Brian, with regards to we don't yet have the legal descriptions and the street improvement, et cetera. Those kinds of things need to be brought in here. I'm actually okay if we bring those in the second reading, as long as they are in fact in the second reading, because typically we've done some of this past first reading and then we don't get the changes in. And then by third reading, it's too late for us to get anything in. And those are the things that kind of, I don't like that. So I'd like to make sure that we get all these corrective measures taken into account in the second reading to your approval and the city's approval with regards to the employees and the like.
One thing I think you guys miss out on, it's jobs this. I've heard jobs. I mean, what you ought to, and I don't take this the wrong way. I'm probably the worst speaker. I don't butter it. You ought to ask what the ancillary business is rather than just jobs, in my opinion. So,
Mayor, if I might interject on the purchase agreement, with respect to the deposit and the return on the deposit, those are all typical type reasons why that deposit would be returned. I don't see any issues. The other issues that were raised on the purchase agreement, if council, either Yerger or Jacobus or anybody else has any suggestions, just shoot us an email and we'll take a look at it and see if we can get it incorporated. It makes sense.
Yep. Refund based on acres. It's on acres.
May I add a few points?
Councilmember Jacobus.
I don't have an issue with the majority. This is just from what we did with the Burger property when they purchased that. And then it doesn't matter because of the situation with tax parking became an issue. Not
Muted, I've been trying.
I am familiar with the business. Been in the budget row. Beside that point, you had requirement on the property, and the requirement also added in this. And there was based on one, whatever, initially required two, and it was down payment. Do you have a personal issue with requirement additional employees, so that you now have full-time, these would be full-time positions that you would have to add. Because it would add to our requirement, 34 employees always process. It's a question, there's no right answer, I just want to know where you're standing with that.
yeah, everything comes to us as building this facility. I know for a fact we saved 3 full-time jobs this year in Fremont. Not selectively working for us, but through other companies that we work with here in Fremont. So would that count as a full-time job for us? Because without us, they would have been lost. I know, but you guys are also driven on how many jobs are you going to bring? I mean, look at the tax base. You're missing the bigger picture, in my opinion.
It's
And
all due to our requirements that we have and how we came to purchase the tech park and the money to be used. It has nothing to do with ancillary or whatever. It's just, that's why we're selling off the property. We have a 31 requirement of employee head count we have to meet. We're gonna have to pay back. and that's subject to-
you ain't paying anything back. That's why.
You're not. You're not, and that's why we're gunning for that 31 employee head count.
Jesus
So by
Christ.
acreage, we could meet it if this is followed through, and we have already required one property higher. It would behoove us to continue to do so. But I apologize if you're taking it personally, if you feel that we're not listening to you, that's not it. It has nothing to do with ancillary, it has the specific business task.
And we'll get it worked out. I mean, we'll work with Seth and Dave and we'll get it worked out because the business I'm bringing next meeting is more than 31 employees.
Yeah, I just don't want to say something that, and my feet held to the fire. I can't tell you what next month's going to bring, whether it's to Fremont, whether it's to this country. And if you want me to stand up here and lie to you and say, hey, I'm going to bring 5, our company has changed so much in the last 6 months. It used to be 90% brick and mortar. Now it's gone online. I don't know how you guys shop currently, but to say, I don't know, we could go container direct, and I don't want to limit or stranglehold my company anyway. That's why we're buying 5 acres and moving to where, I mean, the final phase of this is 120,000 square foot building. So if you want to limit it on me bringing 5 jobs, and I'm not one to tell you one thing and do something else either. I don't know. I hope it brings 20. I darn sure wouldn't invest $2.5 million in it to think that we ain't gonna hire somebody. I will tell you that.
Any other questions or comments? Any other questions or comments? Comments from the public? Comments from the public?
Councilman Coons.
Councilman Coons?
Yeah, I would like to go on record. Thanking McGinn for tolerating what we've just had happen here. I'm embarrassed for the city of Fremont that we treat a prospective business in this manner to where he's being interrogated. There's no need for this.
I'm just like, you're muted. Gosh. All right, Brian, you got me. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I had a few things.
Don't go off back to one and rather than like. All right, I was just gonna make a motion to approve, so. If I can do that, I would like to approve item number 26.
Councilman Herder?
I will second Councilmember Bechtel's motion for approval of first reading with the provisions that in fact we're going to make the necessary adjustments to the purchase agreement that were discussed in other respects for second reading. And with that,
No.
approve his first reading.
Let me make sure I'm muted. No, I want to make the motion as it stands. Number 26, no deficit as it is.
And I would make a motion to amend the motion. The motion's on the floor. I'm making a motion to amend.
Motion on the floor. Is there? I'm not planning on amending it. It is.
Is there a second to amend? Councilmember McLean.
I'd like to second.
Which one?
Councilmember
Which
Bradley.
Is there a second on the amendment? Councilmember Jacobus.
I'll second the motion to amend because according to Mr. Newton, we should have addressed this, and this is part of the conversation we've been struggling to have without beating up the proposed.
I've been trying to speak, but they aren't listening in.
I think we need to amend this because we did it for one property for the other, so I
Letting me in.
point taken. I second the amendment.
Cast your votes. You're voting to amend. Councilman Coons.
I strongly vote no.
This is so fucked up. I'm not able to speak.
Councilman Coons.
I vote no.
Cast your votes, please. The motion fails 3-5.
Now I would take a motion to introduce the ordinance. Councilmember Jacobus.
I'll make the motion.
Councilmember Bechtel.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes. Councilman Coons. Mike, are you there? Mike, can you vote?
Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you.
The motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Councilman Coons, motion to adjourn.
I vote yes.
Councilman Jensen, record your vote.
Did you get mine?
Yep.
I never heard Coons vote.
I heard it.
Motion carries 8-0 to adjourn.